We're just waiting on Nate, and we'll get started with the study session part of this meeting. We're just waiting on Nate, and we'll get started with the study session part of this meeting.
Okay, I think Sam just. Let's see here.
We're just waiting on Nate, and we'll get started.
Okay, got it. Yep. Okay, now we're okay. I think we're live now.
You're muted, Melissa. We can't hear you.
There we go. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's Tuesday, November 17th. It's 5:02. We're here for the purpose of doing a study session led by our board legal counsel, Patrick Tanner, on the Open and Public Meetings Act and the Public Officers Ethics Act. We will get started in just a couple minutes. Thank you to everybody who's joining us by watching the live stream of this meeting. This meeting will expect to take approximately an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. And then at 6:30, we'll start with the business portion of the meeting.
Did you get a message from Nate?
He's looking for the link.
Okay, I'll send it to him again.
Welcome to Nate, Vice President Salazar, and to all board members. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate your time this evening. I would like to introduce Patrick Tanner, who you all know, board members. He's our board legal counsel, and he's going to do a training on the Open and Public Meetings Act. Patrick?
Thank you, President Ford. Can you hear me okay, everybody? Good. Now the next challenge will be for me to effectively share my screen. Let's see. Okay, can you see? Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, now as we go through here, if you have questions, members of the board, feel free to just stop me and ask the question, and I'll do my best to answer it. Of course, as an attorney, it's possible the answer may be it depends, but you're all familiar with that, and we'll do the best we can. So without further ado, let's go ahead. All right, there we go. Okay, the Utah Open and Public Meetings Act. This presentation is going to talk about the requirements of that act. It's codified Utah Code 524101 through 305. These are called sunshine laws because they let the light of day shine in on government actions. And I'm going to talk about how that applies to the Salt Lake City Board of Education or any Board of Education. And I'll refer to it as the Open Meetings Act or the Act. Why is it necessary to have training? Well, there's several reasons. One, the statute requires members of public bodies to get training on the Open Meetings Act at least once a year. And so that's part of the purpose. The purpose is to assist you to learn or to review what you've previously learned about your legal responsibilities as a board member for open meetings, which will enable you to better maintain public trust and confidence, to help ensure the validity of board actions, to guard against liability to yourself or to the school district. I'm going to discuss major areas here. When it applies, when the act applies, how to properly hold an open meeting, how to properly hold a closed meeting, consequences of violating the Open and Public Meetings Act. Those are the major topic areas I'm going to cover in this presentation. First area, when does it apply? It applies to meetings of public bodies about matters within their jurisdiction. So determining whether the act applies requires deciding if there is a public body and a meeting of the public body. Okay, it's fairly clear, there's no doubt, a school board is a public body. Under the statutory definition, it's the legislative body of the Salt Lake City School District. It has more than one member, it spends public money, and it makes decisions about public matters. Next, what's a meeting? For the purposes of the act, a meeting occurs when a quorum of a public body is convened to talk about, hear from the public about, or do something about a matter that is subject to the body's authority. And a quorum of the body is convened when an authorized person calls members together for the purpose of the meeting and more than half of the body's members are present. That's the definition of quorum. And this is kind of an interesting, and this is the way the statute defines it. Some ambiguity can come up in this regard because there's a specific definition of convened. And essentially convene means someone who has authority to call a meeting has a meeting, calls a meeting. And so that's a little bit of ambiguity that can arise with this. But the good practice is to assume that if you have a quorum together and there's discussion about something that would come before the board for action, then you should assume that it's a meeting and the requirements apply. When is a gathering of board members not a meeting? Basically, if it's not convened, which I just mentioned, or when it's not to conduct public business. The statute specifically says a chance gathering is not a meeting, a social gathering is not a meeting. There's another interesting statutory exception from the definition of a meeting, which is a meeting where no money is spent, only administrative or operational matters are discussed, and no formal action is taken or needed. So this actually arguably could apply to board training such as this, because the board's not actually taking any action and not authorized spending any money. But as with many things, if you have a question, you should consult myself as counsel to you, the board, or another body should consult its legal counsel about operating under this exception. However, there's also, it's good to keep in mind, again, getting back to what I had mentioned a moment ago, the Act specifically prohibits using a chance meeting or a social gathering to circumvent the provisions of the Open Meetings Act. That's where you get back to this concept of if there's a quorum together and you're talking about district business, you probably ought to assume that the Meeting Act applies. And that's mostly just to keep on the safe side of things, which is a good idea. Okay, what are the requirements to have a proper open meeting? You have to give notice, you have to meet at the proper place, you have to act within the scope of the noticed agenda, and you have to keep a proper record. Notice requirements, and there's actually kind of several different types of notice requirements. There's public notice that has to be given. There is a notice that has to be given to certain governmental officials. And then in certain circumstances, notice has to be given under the Act to members of the board. So with a public notice, you have the annual notice, where the board has an annual meeting schedule. The board gives notice of that schedule after it's adopted, and that is the when and where for each meeting, date, time, and location. Then there's the 24-hour notice. So for each individual meeting, the board has to give notice of the when, where, and what of the meeting. That is the date, time, location, and agenda for that meeting. Now, there are certain meeting topics, like budget hearings, which you're familiar with, that have additional notice requirements under other laws apart from the Open Meetings Act. And so you want to make sure to be aware of those, but that's outside the scope of this, since this is specifically regarding Open Meetings Act requirements. But that's good to bear in mind. Okay, the way that the public notice is given is you post it at the office. You post it online on the Utah Public Notice website. You send it to the news media, which means a local media correspondent or a general circulation newspaper in the district. Now, this is different than actually publishing a notice in the newspaper. You don't actually have to pay to get it published in the newspaper like a legal notice. You just have to send it to the news media so that if they want to cover the meeting, then they are aware of it and can do it. And there's an additional way to satisfy that. If you know that a member of the media is subscribed to your public notice website to get notices of your meetings, that automatic notice that they receive through that subscription can suffice for that requirement. Now, if it's an electronic meeting with an anchor location, you also have to post it at the anchor location. Usually that's going to be the same place as the main office, but sometimes it can be different. And as you are aware, under certain circumstances with the recent revisions, you now can have some electronic meetings which do not have an anchor location. And then that wouldn't apply. Now, an additional aspect of public notice is for emergency meetings. And in those cases, if there's an emergency meeting, you essentially do the best that you can. So if there are unforeseen circumstances make it necessary for the board to hold an emergency meeting to consider emergency or urgent matters, you don't have to meet the 24-hour notice requirement, and the meeting can be held if the board gives the best notice practicable of the time, place, and topics, and the majority of the board authorizes the meeting after an attempt has been made to contact each board member. This has been interesting because, in effect, the board as a body is taking action on something by a majority individual vote without having a meeting. But that's just part of the, it's kind of a bootstrap problem. You've got to have approval to have a meeting, so you can't have a meeting to get that approval. But the way it functions is essentially each member of the board has to be contacted and a majority of the board members has to agree to hold the emergency meeting in order for it to meet those requirements. Okay, now notice to board members. Typically board members get notice as a matter of course, but there are specific requirements in the Act. And there are two circumstances where board members have to be given notice of a board meeting, a special notice. One is the emergency meeting circumstance I just discussed. Second, if there's an electronic meeting, board members have to be given at least 24 hours advance notice of the electronic meeting, and that notice has to include how the board member is to connect to the meeting. So those are those circumstances. Now, notice to governmental officials. This is not technically a Open Meetings Act requirement. This is one that is specific to boards of education. And essentially, the Board of Education in a particular area has to give notice to whatever the local municipal authority is. Of course, and there's various ways that notice can be given. And of course, with Salt Lake City School District, that is the mayor of Salt Lake City. And your policy and procedures provides directly, specifically that the mayor or her designee may attend and participate in board meetings, which is part of that, recognizing that requirement that's applicable to school boards. Second major element, you have to meet at the proper location. So essentially, you do that by meeting where you said you were going to meet in the notice. And then there are certain requirements if you have a workshop or executive session that's on the same day as the regular meeting, then it usually has to be held in the same location as the regular meeting. With certain exceptions, And then, of course, the electronic meeting, you usually have to have the anchor location at the regular meeting location and include facilities for public monitoring or public participation. And of course, you have to have a electronic meeting policy to have an electronic meeting. Okay, meeting at the proper location. Now, there's an additional requirement also especially applicable to boards of education. It's not in the Open Meetings Act for general public entities. And that is usually you have to meet within the school district. The only exceptions for that are you can have a site visit. You can't take any action on the site visit, and it has to do with board responsibilities, and it's not available within the boundaries of the district. No voter action can be taken. And also, if you have this actually seemed quite improbable previously, but more and more it seems more likely. But you can meet outside the district if there's a disaster or local emergency, which means that you can't feasibly meet within the district. And there are specific definitions for that. I mean, if we had a serious earthquake, for example, and the building has fallen down, then that is likely going to be a circumstance where you can meet outside the boundaries of the district. There's my disaster picture. Okay, the next, you have to act within the scope of the notice. Now, so the agenda, this is required in the 24-hour notice. It has to be reasonably specific about the topics to be considered with each topic listed under an agenda item. And that language, reasonably specific, is as specific as the statute gets. So there is some leeway for how much detail you need to include, and that's kind of a matter of judgment, and also you can discuss it with council. Now, of course, the board can only take final action on a topic that was included in the agenda and in the meeting notice, except, of course, if it's a proper emergency meeting. If a member of the public, as opposed to the board, if a member of the public raises a topic that's not on the agenda, the board president can allow discussion of that topic, but the board can't take any final action on the issue. So that's a little bit of an exception to that issue. You can actually talk about it even if it's not on the agenda, but it has to be raised by a member of the public and no action can be taken. Proper records. The board has to keep written minutes and a recording of its open meetings. And for some of you, you may be saying, what is that object to the right there? That's a cassette tape, which is ancient technology, but okay. Exception to this is if there's a site visit or traveling tour and no votes are taken, then you just have to have the written minutes. You have to timely make those records of the board meetings available to the public. And so essentially your approved minutes have to be posted to the public notice website, made available at the main office within 3 business days after approval. And the recording or a link to the recording has to be posted within the same time. Pending minutes, those before they have been approved, have to be made available within 30 days after the meeting, and they have to be marked as pending approval. The requirements for written minutes. They have to include the time and location of the meeting, the board members present, what was discussed, details of the votes taken, a listing of other people who were recognized and allowed to provide information, and a summary of that information, and any other information that is a record of the meeting that a board member asks to be included in the written minutes. Requirements for meeting recordings, they have to be complete and unedited. So it should contain all of the substantive content of the meeting from the beginning to the end. And you have to identify it by date, time, and place. What about public participation? Open meeting is not the same as a public hearing, where members of the public have the right to make comments. Now, of course, many school boards, like the Salt Lake City School Board, often set a time in their meetings for public comments, but that's not required by the Open Meetings Act. It's simply a matter of the body wanting to hear from members of the public and wanting to provide that opportunity. And the Salt Lake City School Board, of course, you have by policy established procedure that typically at least 1 meeting a month will include public opportunity for public comment participation. Now, there are, of course, other laws that do require public hearings, like the budget hearing. But that's required, of course, by the budget statutes, not by the Open and Public Meetings Act. Now, finally, members of the public are entitled to make their own recording of an open meeting, so long as that does not interfere with the conduct of the meeting. Okay, so in summary, for a proper open meeting, you will have given the required notices, met at the announced location and time, conducted business within the scope of the agenda that was provided with the notice, and recorded the meeting and kept minutes of the meeting as required. Okay, next, a proper closed meeting. The requirements for a proper closed meeting are that you're in a properly noticed open meeting. You authorize the closed meeting. You hold the closed meeting for one of the typically 7 permitted purposes. And you keep the required records or documentation of the closed meeting. Authorizing a closed meeting. So in order to authorize a closed meeting, that takes a vote of the board. Therefore, it's an action of the board. Therefore, you must first be in a properly noticed open meeting. It requires the vote of at least 2/3 of the board members present. So, if you have less than the entire board present, it might be something, if all of the board members are present, of course, with a 7-member board, such as your board, that requires at least, okay, I'm an attorney, so I don't do math very well. Maybe if I were a patent attorney, I would have. But so that's going to require 5 of the 7 voting affirmatively. However, if you have a smaller number of board members that are actually present, the requirement is at least 2/3 of those present. So the minimum present to take any action would be a quorum, which was 4. 2 of 4 is 50%, so you have to have 3 of those 4 votes, but that can vary. And it's also worth noting that the statute specifically says that even though a meeting can be closed, you're not ever required to close a meeting, even if that is permitted. Now, typically, there are good policy reasons for the permitted closed meeting purposes. And so I would, as your counsel, I would say, okay, you're going to think twice if you're going to have an open meeting when it's something that can be closed, because there's usually a good reason for having that closed. But as I mentioned, you don't have to. You have to, in the open part of the meeting, you have to say what you're going to have the meeting for, where it's going to be held. Typically, you're not changing location. If you're not changing location, that's kind of inherent. The roll call vote of each board member on the motion for or against it. And you also have to put that in the written minutes. So the permitted closed meeting purposes. For school boards, other entities, there's some additional purposes you can have closed meetings. But for a school board, there are only 7 that are clearly permitted. 1 is discussion of the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual. One important exception to this is if the board is talking about someone who may fill an application on, may fill a vacancy on the board itself. That must be done in an open meeting, even though that obviously would involve discussion of these issues. That's one exception to this. Strategy sessions to discuss collective bargaining. Strategy sessions to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation. Strategy sessions to discuss real estate acquisition if public discussion is going to reveal the value or prevent you from getting the best possible terms on the deal. Same thing with regard to real estate sale transactions if there are certain other public notice meetings requirements met, certain things in addition. So it's not simply real estate. It's real estate plus certain conditions on either the purchase or on the sale. Discussion regarding deployment of security, personnel, devices, or systems. And then there are certain confidential procurement functions of the school board. So a little bit more discussion about that. Usually procurement is a very public process. There are some specific procurement tasks the board can do in a closed meeting. One of those is if the board is acting as the evaluation committee and there's deliberations to evaluate responses to a solicitation. That can be done in a closed session. If there is a procurement protest and the board is functioning as the protest officer, those deliberations can be in a closed meeting. If there's trade secret information that's been provided that the board needs to discuss in order to do the procurement properly, that can be discussed in a closed meeting. And then if there is other information provided as part of the procurement that has been properly restricted from public access, there are certain categories where that's permitted and certain requirements to have that restriction. If the board needs to have a discussion about that, that can also be done in a closed meeting. Okay, now there's one other closed meeting purpose that I guess conceivably could apply: investigative proceedings regarding allegations of criminal misconduct. But typically, school boards aren't in the business of investigating or crimes. So if you were to think about that, you would want to carefully consult with your attorney before you did that. Records and documentation. For most of the requirements, most of the categories, collective bargaining, litigation, real estate, the procurement issues, you have to record it, and you also may keep written minutes. And the recording is similar to the others. You have to keep, it has to be identified. It has to identify the people present. Exception is if there are others present where identifying them is going to infringe on the permitted confidentiality purpose. That can be omitted, but typically the board members are going to need to be listed. And then the written minutes, if you keep them, should discuss the content and include the other items that you need to have on the recordings. Now, if the closed meeting is held exclusively for the purposes of either discussions about an individual, that's character, competence, physical and mental health, or security arrangements, no recording or minutes are required. But the presiding officer has to sign a sworn statement that affirms that all that was done in the closed meeting was one or both of those particular purposes, not other closed meeting purposes. And there are policy reasons underlying the exception here. And so typically it would be good practice not to record those closed meetings or to keep minutes, but to meet the affirmation requirement. So in summary, a proper closed meeting means you were first properly convened in an open meeting, you properly voted to authorize and announce the votes, announced the reasons and the location, addressed only the appropriate topics, and kept the required recording or affirmation. What are the consequences of violating the Open and Public Meetings Act? So what happens if the school board inadvertently violates the act? If the notice and public monitoring requirements are not met, the court can void the board's final action. That would be a consequence. If the court finds that there was an improper closed meeting, then the records of that meeting may be made public. The board could be ordered to comply with the law if a court has found that it has not been complied with. And besides the natural inconvenience, embarrassment, and loss of public action that would result from a finding of a violation, you might have to pay attorney's fees for the successful complainant. Second part of violating the act, what if a board member consciously violates a closed meeting provision of the act? The statute is specific to a violation of the closed meeting provision. A board member who knowingly or intentionally either violates or assists or advises a violation of one of the closed meeting provisions is guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. So that is the overview of the Open and Public Meetings Act. Any questions that the board would like to have before I move on to the other presentation?
Go ahead, Christy.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Patrick, thank you so much. That was very detailed and really great information. Will you be able to share this presentation with us? And of course, it would be attached to our meeting minutes also, correct?
Yes, yeah. I have a PDF of the PowerPoint that I'll provide to be attached to the meeting minutes. Yes.
So my question comes where there is always lots of questions around, conversations with board members. And I think that you clearly talked about, what is a quorum? And in a social setting, you shouldn't talk about board business, correct? But I think that one of the things that would be good to hear from you tonight is what are the things that we should avoid as board members, maybe just in our single conversations with each other, that may appear inappropriate. Just some guidelines for us to go by so that there isn't any question of impropriety. If one or two of us, I'm sorry, two or three of us might talk about, issues outside of the boardroom, that may be on an upcoming agenda, or possibly issues that we would like to have, on an agenda.
Yeah, with regard to that, your main and from the perspective of the Open and Public Meetings Act, your main consideration really has to do with whenever a quorum of the board, four or more, are involved in a discussion about those issues, because it's recognized that board members can individually have conversations with each other about particular issues, and that's part of the political process, particular positions on things, just as you have discussions with constituents and other stakeholders about particular issues, and they, send you information and say, well, what do you think about this? And you have interactions with them. It's that main consideration of avoiding the perception that you are having a quorum of the board, so, a potential majority, getting together to discuss some issue that's going to come before the board, because that's really in substance a meeting, because that's the way a meeting is described, is you're getting together and you're talking about something the board has authority over and exchanging viewpoints, and then potentially coming to consensus or not. And so that's kind of the bright line that you want to keep in mind. Now, there are a couple of circumstances that arise where you're not, because often, and in particularly this day and age, a lot of communication is not done in person, face to face, and particularly in the very current circumstances, but it's done through electronic means. So a telephone call or an email or text message and other things like that. And interestingly enough, the act was adopted, quite a while ago, and there really hasn't been a lot of substantial change to it. So it doesn't have a lot of details on those particular issues. You have specific provisions that relate to electronic meetings, and then other meetings, and then you have there's one specific statute which essentially, it kind of talks in the negative, and it says, well, it's fairly short. Pull up my copy of the, make sure I've got this correct. It says, and this is 52-4-210, nothing in this chapter shall be construed to restrict a member of a public body from transmitting an electronic message to other members of the public body at a time when the public body is not convened in an open meeting. Okay, well, it's kind of a reverse way to say it. So by implication, you would say, okay, that implies that when the board is convened in an open meeting, that you shouldn't have board members sending electronic messages to each other. That's the implication of that in reverse. But essentially it says if you're not in the open meeting, then nothing restricts that. And that raises interesting questions with regard to, for example, email. So if a board member sends an email out to multiple members, is that a meeting? Well, it's not, the statute doesn't really define it. The statute talks about in terms of convening. And it's an electronic message, and it's to other board members, and they're not actually in the meeting at that point. So arguably that section would say that's permitted. But you don't want to ever be a test case. You don't want to test the application of the law. So the recommendation that I always give to board members on this particular issue is to say, okay, given the purpose of the Open and Public Meetings Act, which is that business be done transparently, really you should not be having a discussion among a quorum of the board outside of a properly noticed meeting, open or closed. Okay. Well, what's a discussion? Because if you send out an email, well, that's one way. That's not really a discussion. But if, for example, someone who receives that hits reply to all, then suddenly you have a response to a quorum plus of the board, and arguably you have a discussion. Now, as I said, you know, that technically still may not violate the act, but the best practice would be to not have that sort of discussion by serial means through email. And so one way to approach that, given the fact that as with various things, board members may need to provide information to each other. They also need to get information from administration, and we want all board members to have equal access to that information from administration. So what I recommend is in those circumstances, if an email is going out to the entire board, that be sent BCC, because that means each recipient will get the information, but there's no option to reply to everyone. You can reply directly to the sender, then you have a discussion between two people. That's not a discussion among a quorum. And so that's a good rule of thumb is to do that, because then it's kind of a prompt to say, okay, well, you know, this isn't something we should be having a discussion with all of us, but we can have conversations individually about this permissibly. And so that's my suggestion in that regard. Does that make sense? Other questions? Okay, let's see if I can manage to pull up the other, okay. Let's see. Okay.
Actually, Patrick, I do have a quick question.
Yes.
So will this information be provided to the new board members like fairly early on when they get onto the board?
It certainly should be, and I'm happy to at direction of the board to provide this training again for those new board members, because that is something that's important. And although the district does have a good open meetings policy, it's B2, policy B2, that runs through those requirements. And the board handbook also reviews most of these requirements as well. So those are also good sources of information for those new board members to review, to have that general direction and training.
Thanks, Michelle. That's a good question. It's training we need to do every year. Typically, we haven't done it all together recently, and I think it's good for us to be doing this all at the same time with the same presenter. I think that's helpful. Thank you, Patrick.
Sure, and there are as you indicate, it's not something you necessarily have to do together. It simply has to be done each year, but it's often good to do it together. The other topic I was asked to address is the Utah Public Officers and Employees Ethics Act. I'm hoping you can see that first slide. I see a thumbs up from Board Member Hanson, good, and also from President. Now, here we go. Okay, and this is this is going to cover the standards and requirements found in the Utah Public Officers and Employees Ethics Act. That's Utah Code Title 67, Chapter 16, and particularly how that would apply to the Board of Education. Now, the board also has in its policies and in its handbook some more general ethical standards and considerations. That's a little bit broader than this presentation, and I understand the board's planning on doing some additional training in those regards, but this presentation is specifically on the Ethics Act. The purpose of that act is to establish standards of conduct for public officers and public employees in areas where there are actual and potential conflicts of interest between their public duties and their private interests. Now, that applies, of course, to members of the board as officers, because you are elected officers of the Board of Education, which is a political subdivision of the state of Utah. It also applies to the board's employees, the district's employees, whether they're full-time, part-time, or contract. They're also subject to these requirements, and that's helpful to understand. Now, there's some situations where certain actions or circumstances might violate the Ethics Act, but also might meet the elements of soliciting or receiving a bribe by a public official, or violate certain restrictions that are applied to procurement professionals or contract administration professionals. The Act essentially applies, and those are more serious matters, more serious offenses. And the Ethics Act provides that if those apply, the more serious statute penalty would apply rather than the Ethics Act. So that's just to bear in mind. As all of these areas I'm going to discuss have those potential applications in these other areas. If it meets those circumstances, those would apply instead. The first major area, use of official position for personal benefit. So a personal benefit, as defined in the statute, it means to further substantially, or substantial further, the officer or employee's personal economic interests, or to secure special privileges for himself or others. And so you can't do that you can't use or attempt to use your official position for that purpose. And you also are prohibited from disclosing or improperly using controlled, private, or protected information that was acquired by reason of the official position or in the course of official duties. And again, for the purpose of your personal benefit or to serve secure special privileges for yourself or someone else. Next major category is conflicting employment. So if there is employment that you reasonably expect would require or induce you to improperly disclose controlled information that you got by reason of your official position, or that you might expect would impair your independence of judgment in the performance of your official duties, or that you might expect would interfere with the ethical performance of your public duties, you're not allowed to have that conflicting employment. That's a violation of the Ethics Act. Now, there's an exception for teachers, because often you have teachers who, in order to earn additional money, they engage in education-related services that they provide to public school students that may be their students. That doesn't apply to this, but there are other specific State Board of Education regulations that define what's okay and what's not okay in that particular teacher context. The Ethics Act doesn't apply, but there are more specific, particular detailed rules that define what teachers are allowed to do in this regard and what they're not allowed to do. Next 8 major areas, accepting gifts. So what it covers is a gift of substantial value, a special interest loan, or extra pay for services. So, I mean, essentially, if someone is giving you as a public officer a loan that's at a below market rate, well, that's kind of, that's in a sense a gift. You're conferring a gratuitous economic benefit. Similarly, if you're getting paid for services that you're rendering in other employment, but what you're getting paid is more than the market rate for those services, again, that's essentially a gift. Now, this is when it's prohibited. It's prohibited if it would tend to improperly influence a reasonable person in your position to depart from the faithful and impartial discharge of public duties. If under the circumstances you know or should know it is primarily to reward you for official action that had been taken, or if you recently have been or are or soon will be involved in a government action affecting the source of this gift, unless proper disclosure is made. That one, it may be permissible if you do proper disclosure. Now, this middle section here, when it's prohibited, that's a real tough thing to judge because there's just so many variations. And so the Act provides a few safe harbors where they say, okay, these things are okay per se. You're not going to be called into question for these. So, and those include an occasional non-pecuniary gift with a value of $50 or less. So not money, but something that you get given, it's worth $50 or less, that's okay. That's not prohibited by the Ethics Act. If it's an award that's publicly presented in recognition of public services, if it is actually a bona fide loan in the ordinary course of business, or if it's a political campaign contribution, you're allowed to take campaign contributions, even though those are basically, they're giving money to you. But of course, there are specific requirements, regulations that relate to campaign contributions. So you have to make sure you're within those requirements. But that is permitted as a safe harbor under the Ethics Act. Next area is governmental approval quid pro quo, which essentially means what's prohibited. And this isn't so much a personal benefit as a benefit to some public agency. Because what it applies to is conditioning some kind of governmental approval on a donation to a public entity. So essentially, okay, well, if you make X donation, then we will, take this official action that might be beneficial to you. Okay, or if you're in the private sector, if you're on the other side of this transaction, if someone says, hey, we'll donate XYZ to, the Salt Lake City School District if you will do this sort of government approval. That's not allowed. That's unethical. Now, there's some exceptions. Sometimes a donation may be expressly required by law. I don't know if you really would call that a donation, but okay. If something is specifically required by law, if it really is made by mutual agreement, there has to be a quid pro quo element here for this to be prohibited. So if it really is mutual agreement, or if it really is made voluntarily, without any condition, or given without any condition, no strings attached, that's okay. Or sometimes there can be an official action that has to be resolved in some way by like an agency enforcement, and some of those sorts of situations might be okay as a condition for resolving this agency enforcement action. We'll agree to do this, essentially settle if you will make X donation to the public entity or this sort of entity. That's permitted. If it is one of these two middle ones where it's mutual agreement or no strings attached, then there has to be certain documentation that's kept, essentially saying this is what it is, this is the donation, and there has to be certification that it was really, truly a voluntary. Next area, getting paid to assist in a transaction with a public agency. So this applies whenever a public officer gets paid or agrees to get paid to help someone, a person or a business entity, with any transaction involving a public agency. So worth bearing in mind, this is not limited to the officer's agency. So, your Board of Education members of the Salt Lake City School District. But if you were to be paid for helping somebody in a transaction before, for example, the Salt Lake City Council, that's a different government entity. And that would fall into the scope of this, as well as more obvious, and then that's typically more likely. But what's prohibited is doing this secretly. You can do it if you make disclosure. And you have to disclose to the head of your own agency. So essentially, you would be disclosing it to the Board of Education yourself, your body. The head of the other agency, if it is another agency, and the Attorney General. You have to disclose, hey, I'm getting paid to do this. And so it's public knowledge, and everybody knows about that and your relationship in that regard. You also must disclose a substantial interest in a regulated business. I'm not sure how this would apply really to you as members of the Board of Education, because you don't, there may be some that just haven't occurred to me, but there's not a lot of regulation that you do of particular businesses. But if you have a particular role with a business entity that's subject to regulation by your agency, so as an officer, an agent, a director, an employee, or you own a substantial interest in that entity, then you have to make disclosure of that fact when you assume that role, whenever your role significantly changes, and when the value of your interest increases significantly, your ownership interest goes up quite a bit. If you have a role, same sort of thing, within, have a role with or own a substantial interest in a business entity that has a transaction either with the state of Utah or with another state of Utah public agency. You can't, in your official capacity, participate in the transaction or get compensation as a result unless you've disclosed your relationship to the business entity. Again, that's a matter of disclosing, your relationship, so that's public ahead of time. Investment conflicts of interest. This is pretty straightforward. Essentially, you can't have personal investments in a business entity which will create a substantial conflict of interest between the public interest, private interest, and public duties. So, for example, if there is a business that that operates by providing particular services to school districts and to the Salt Lake City School District, then you probably cannot have an significant investment in that business, because that creates a conflict of interest between your private interests and your public duties as Board of Education. Okay, the penalties for violating the Ethics Act. Now these are really in terms of kind of a what you would think of as a very significant intent requirement. You have to know, it has to be a knowing and intentional violation of the requirements. Okay, but if that happens, then you might be removed from office, or if you're an employee, dismissed from employment. Apart from, there's some exceptions, but essentially a knowing and intentional violation also constitutes a crime, and that is graded depending on the value that's at stake, and it begins with a Class B misdemeanor and goes up from there. The other interesting thing is, if there's a transaction that involves a violation of those disclosure requirements I was talking about a minute ago with regard to transactions, either the paid assistance or disclosure of interest or interest in the entity, the agency can void the contract, get out of the contract, and they don't have to give the money back they got for the contract if there's that violation. That's the overview of the Utah Public Officers and Employees Ethics Act. And essentially, as I indicated at the beginning, this really is primarily those sorts of ethics that are personal financial interests primarily, or personal privilege interests, and public duties and the conflicts between those. Any questions?
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate your overview of both of these topics for us. It's something that we will continue to revisit and do so annually. I think this is a good opportunity for us to together hear reminders of the things that we know are important as we work as a body. Christy?
Thank you, Melissa. Thanks again, Patrick. Very informational. I appreciate the training that we've been given tonight. So Melissa and Nate, I would like for us to definitely schedule, with our new board members and with the rest of the board, the Open and Public Meetings Act with Patrick in January. I think that training, is a required training, and to do that together, like you said, Melissa, there's a couple of different ways that we have done that in the past, but given the opportunity with this great presentation that Patrick has done, would be great training, for those 3 new board members that are coming in. So hopefully that could be done, sometime in January, first part of February. And then the second piece that I would just like to make a comment on is, there's been a lot of, there's been a big spotlight on our board and whether or not, we as board members have violated the open and public meeting laws. And, tonight, Patrick, you answered some really great questions about things that we need to be cognizant of and make sure that we stay as open and transparent as we possibly can. So I think it would be another great conversation, Melissa and Nate, for us and the rest of the board that is coming in January, for us to talk about, where those gray areas are and commit to one another, processes, that we want to stick to, so that, that spotlight shines on us in a good way, that we're following all of our policies and our procedures and staying true to what the letter of the law is. And I would just like to request that, we try and have that after the first of the year. And, and at that time, maybe even consider signing, that code of conduct and ethics statement that we've had in our handbook for a number of years. So anyway, thank you again, Patrick. I appreciate that. And thank you, Nate and Melissa, for providing the training. And I look forward to the training in January with the 3 new board members.
Thanks, Christy. And I'll echo that thanks to Patrick. One thing that Nate and I have talked about and that we put in a letter to the community was a facilitated conversation, specifically with what Christy's talking about. So the conversation about our policies and when we hear from the Open and Public Meeting Act training about noticing a meeting with 24 hours notice, we know that that's the requirement. But what's our board practice for when it should be noticed and what we try to do? I think those are good conversations about how we communicate via email, with Patrick's suggestion of maybe blind copying. A conversation like that is something that I think is needed and that I'd like to have with new board members. We talked about having it at our next meeting, December 1st, which is before new board members would be sworn in, but we could, with this board's approval, invite them to join for that meeting if you're interested in that, or we could put it to January as well. I'm open to what the board would like to do with that. I just think it's a conversation that we need to have. And as long as we're committed to having it, I'm fine with it being December 1st or in January. Nate, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I would just echo what you stated, and that I'm open to any of the possibilities. And perhaps this is something that we take up in our next agenda setting meeting, and through feedback from board members in that process.
Any thoughts on that from anybody here? Go ahead, Christy.
I appreciate the question. I think that, knowing that Sam and Michelle just have our one meeting left, I think that they could weigh in on that. But for me, I think it'd be so beneficial, to do it after the first of the year, with our new board members, and give them a great orientation, of being a board member on our board. So either way, I think it's always worth repeating. So, we can do both.
I agree with Christy. I think it makes sense to do it at the first of the year. As somebody who came in, in media res, would have been really great to have had a discussion like this at the beginning of my board service. So I think and I do think we have some other things that are probably lingering to be attended to on the first. But if there was a strong will to do it on the first, I'd be happy to do it on the first. But I think Christy's right. I think it makes sense to do it at the first of the year for the new board.
This is good feedback. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Sam. We will take that into consideration and moving forward. And thanks for engaging in this conversation. I really appreciate it. If there's nothing else, let's go ahead and take a half an hour break. We'll join you, have you join back at 6:30, where we will begin the business portion of the meeting at 6:30. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Yes, thanks, Patrick.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think I've got a few more people here coming to the meeting.
This is quite the group. I'm really excited to see all of you here. Thank you. All right, are we good to go?
We are good to go. There'll still be people coming in, but I'll keep an eye out for them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
I'd like to welcome all of you who are here joining us on this Zoom meeting and everybody who's watching the live stream of this school board meeting of the Salt Lake City School Board Education. It's November 17th at 6:30 p.m. I'd like to give a special welcome to representatives from our association groups. We have John Kelly tonight representing our SLASA association, which is our administrators. We've got James Tobler representing SLEA. B. Alonzo represents child nutrition. Eric Adams for buildings and grounds. Ben Rowley for transportation. And always, and can never forget Cindy Mills, who is always here representing SLEOPA and our office professionals. We really appreciate the work that you do in representing all of our employees. So thank you for being with us tonight. I'd love to have you join me, everyone, in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if we could stand now and repeat after me. Please repeat. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thanks for joining me in that. And thanks to board members and to board counsel Patrick Tanner for participating in a study session previous to this portion of the meeting on training for the Open and Public Meetings Act and training on the Public Officers Ethics Act. Now we have a really great group here with us tonight for recognition. And I'm going to let the superintendent introduce this. I'm really excited to recognize the great work of so many of the schools in our school district. Superintendent?
You bet. So I'm going to turn it over to Peggy Patterson, but I do want to say congratulations to all of you and your faculties and staffs on being recognized for your amazing work you do with students in Salt Lake City School District. And we get to see it all the time, and it's nice for other people to hear about it as well. So Peggy, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Madden, and the school board, the cabinet members, and all of those that are attending this meeting tonight. I'm really excited to be able to just share the message of the great work that's going on in our district to help our students gain proficiency in English. And I'd like to tell you a term that we're kind of using now that's really caught on, and I think with these schools it's really caught on. And instead of using the term English learners, we've kind of adopted the new WIDA, multi-language learners, because it's an asset base. Many of our students are not just learning English as their only language, they have multiple languages. And so it is kind of a perspective that we've taken on as a district, as we are looking for the assets that students bring and the multiple cultures that they do, and their languages really do help bring strength to our schools. So several weeks ago, USBE recognized 7 of the Salt Lake City School District elementaries, along with 19 other elementaries in the state, for excellence and achievement of their students learning English. Superintendent Madden, would it be okay if I shared just a couple of slides?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see if I have the ability to.
You don't yet.
But you will. Thank you.
There you go.
Okay. I just would not want to forget anyone. Can you see that now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the USBE decided that they were going to be honoring some of these schools, and there was 2 criteria, 2 different levels of recognition. And so the criteria for what they termed Utah exemplary schools was, oops, I'm sorry, I'm on my second slide. There you go. Let's see. Excuse me. So the criteria for the Utah Schools of Excellence had the criteria of enrollment of over 400 students. 80 to 100% of those students were economically disadvantaged. 40 to 50% of those students are learning English, and 40 to 50% of the students receive their annual growth goals that are set by the state. And that growth goal is on a targeted trajectory, so that over time they will reach English proficiency in 4 to 7 years. So that's how they set that growth goal. So Meadowlark and Mary W. Jackson were two of our schools that attained that. Well, I dug a little deeper, because when I saw that 400 enrollment, we have some schools that are a bit smaller. And so I wanted to see where some of our other schools fell out. And Franklin would have earned that recognition also if they would have hit the 400. And according to the statistics that they were using at the time, they were 6 students short. So it was 394. And so I'd like to recognize them as well for the great work that they do. The second tier of schools that were recognized was for exemplary school. The same criteria of the 400 students, the 80 to 100% economically disadvantaged, the high number of ELs, and then also the high number of those ELs meeting their annual growth rate. And the additional recognition was for 10% or more of their students attaining proficiency last year. And that is something that we're really, really proud of, because a goal that we have had over the last several years, I mean, it's always been a goal, but we've really focused on this, is to make sure that when students leave elementary, they are proficient in English, because it opens so many doors in our secondary education for those students to be able to take advantage of electives and just the content area if they have that English proficiency. So that was Bachman, Edison, Escalante, Liberty, and Mountain View. But again, I wanted to dig a little bit deeper just to see were there any of our other schools that met the criteria without that 400 student. And Parkview and Riley would have met that criteria as well. So there's great spots in lots of our elementaries, and I am just honored to be able to work with these principals and these schools and the coaches and the teachers. So thank you so much for giving us a few minutes to tell you the great things that are going on in our district.
If it's okay, maybe we can just kind of roll through the administrators if they wanted to say a word. So how about Heather Newell?
All right, thank you. Thank you for this recognition. It's a pleasure to be here. I think it's a really cool award in recognizing the work that we've all done from the district level all the way down to the student level. And for us, it was teaching kids about the test and why it's important and how to take the test, and kind of breaking it down from like, this is another assessment to this is a really important assessment. And then building that capacity in our teachers. And then that led by administrators, and Dallin Miller, my assistant principal for the last 3 years, was really the driving force behind this at Bachman. So kudos to him. And then at the district level, the emphasis and the support we've gotten from different curriculum programs and coaching and support, and really an emphasis on multi-language learners, allowed us to do this work. So it's super exciting to see that so many of Salt Lake schools were recognized in this from the state level. So I just want to it's an honor to be here with all of my colleagues, and thank you everyone for your support.
Thanks, Heather. And Heather's the principal at Bachman Elementary. Sue Downs, the principal at Edison. Sue, would you like to say a word?
I would, thank you. Really, we appreciate and are incredibly honored to be able to recognize our staff for the work they've done. Our big focus at Edison is reading and writing for all students. And we know that when we have a laser focus on giving those literacy skills and really looking and digging deep to what students really need, that we can make a powerful difference. So we were just excited to know that the systems we put in place are working, and we are really reaching students and having them be successful. So thank you for the recognition.
Thanks, Sue. Cody Colvin's here representing, he's the assistant principal at Escalante Elementary.
Thank you for inviting us here tonight and for the recognition. First and foremost, I want to thank the Escalante caregivers for entrusting us at Escalante to work with their young scholars, and for the teachers who will do anything at Escalante to ensure that our students thrive and feel success. And especially thanks to the UEPC at the University of Utah. Dr. Janice Bradley was instrumental in supporting us in this work last year. And so I'm excited to see where we go next. Thank you.
Thanks, Cody. Janelle Rodriguez is here. She's the principal at Liberty Elementary.
Thanks for having us here. We're so excited. And when we received the award, we were jumping up and down. And I know my teachers and staff are watching, and I'm getting texts over here. And so excited that our purpose lines with the district and that we receive that purpose and alignment so early. So the efforts that they could do really were able to execute. So that goes from our coaches who were able to get us the material that aligned with our curriculum. Our main curriculum was a driving force, but really the teachers owning that time, be able to help the kids with where they're at. And so kudos to all of my teachers and staff and the district for helping us getting that purpose all together.
Okay, thanks, Janelle. Chelsea Maloof is the principal at Mountain View Elementary School. Chelsea?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us. This is wonderful company to be in. Some of my colleagues who are here on this call with me are some of the people that I reach out to multiple times a week as a support system and brainstorming group. So it is fun to share this with all of them. I really want to thank Peggy Patterson. She started this for me with sharing data in the spring of 19. And then I went down a rabbit hole, just digging deeper and deeper, and shared it with my staff. We created professional development, and then my teachers and staff just really took off running with the data that we had, and then learning and bringing in programs and practices and collaborating with each other. I came to them with a little snowball, and they built a beautiful snowman with it. So really hats off to my incredible teachers and staff and support staff, and I mean everyone in the building who helps our kids every day. This is really fun. Our mid-year data hinted that we were on track for something really spectacular last year, and without having end of year assessments, this was really nice to have that, and to have that pat on the back for my staff who worked so hard. So thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Maggie Cummings is the principal at Meadowlark Elementary.
Thank you for the honor, and thank you for recognizing it here. Absolutely. This honor, though, goes to the teachers at Meadowlark. They have worked so hard every single day for the benefit of students. And, Peggy has done a wonderful job of providing great curriculum. We have a fantastic literacy coach that has helped us with that, the implementation of the new curriculum with our multi-language learners. But ultimately, the kudos go to the teachers at Meadowlark for all their hard work and dedication to students. So thank you for letting me look good, but it was them that did all the work.
Thank you, Maggie. Tracy Shostrom is the principal at Mary W. Jackson.
I would agree with Maggie. This is only my second year in Salt Lake City School District, and I am just completely honored and very humbled to be a part of this group. Clearly, my teachers have made a huge difference, and they've gone above and beyond with our English language, multi-language learners. How we strategized last year, again, like Heather said, was to really focus on the importance of taking the test and really do the drills and teach them those skills so they could be successful. Katie Hicks oversaw that program. She also pre-taught a lot of the curriculum before they were even introduced it during Tier 1 instruction in the classroom. And then we took the time to really infuse culture into the class and build those relationships to ensure that students felt safe and loved. And I really think the bottom line for Mary Jackson is the passion and compassion and the love for our students. We will do whatever it takes to help them be okay and succeed in the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Tracy. And thanks again to all of you. You guys really make a difference. I know you know that, and just know that it couldn't be more appreciated. You are welcome to leave after this, or you are welcome to stay. That's entirely up to you, but I understand you guys it's a hard job this year, and if you want to leave, you're certainly welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause. Thank you so much. I love recognitions like this, and I'm really proud of the work all of you are doing. You represent some of the best leaders in our district, and you represent really great staffs as well. And it really takes everyone in your building doing everything they're doing to make this work. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you being here. We will move to our consent agenda, which is relatively short tonight, consisting of just the purchasing report and the open and closed designations. And I would take a motion on the consent agenda at this point.
I move that we accept the consent agenda of the purchasing report and the open and closed designations for schools.
I'll second that.
This is motion by Christy and seconded by Sam. Do I have any discussion to the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Starting with you, Michelle.
Michelle Tuichpo, yes.
Mike Alka, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Samuel Hanson, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
All right, thank you. The consent agenda is confirmed, passed. Thank you for that. Moving on to our request to speak. We have 15 minutes for our request to speak. We will give you 3 minutes to speak as is allowed for in our policy. Superintendent is letting people into the meeting in the order that they joined the meeting. And we are always look for positive, it's always positive when we hear from community. So thank you for being here with us.
Okay, the first speaker is Ashley Anderson.
Welcome, Ashley.
I'm not sure if she's quite in yet.
Hello.
Okay. Hi, Ashley. Okay, you've got 3 minutes. You can go ahead.
Okay. For several months, the public comment has been parents sharing their opinions of remote learning. For something completely different, here are some issues which impact district funding beyond the reaches of COVID. This year, each district pupil is giving more than $500 in property tax revenue to the RDA. We spend roughly $12 million a year funding RDAs, and this number will increase if the county approves 2 project areas. For those unaware, an RDA is a project area made by the city. For about 20 years, property tax growth will go essentially to developer incentives. Why are we giving away the equivalent of 1 tablet or computer per student to the city government this year when we will need significant revenue to address decreased WPU and potential legislative cuts? The new RDA project areas will also displace students from 2 communities among those hardest hit by COVID. That loss will necessitate boundary reconfiguration, an issue I've discussed at length with many of you, including a nice conversation with Board President Ford in January. As I said then, no one wants to close a school, but the board has known for 3 years that demographics necessitate closing 7 schools. This prediction is sped up by the pandemic, but last year, one of our under-enrolled elementary schools spent more than $1,000 more per pupil than their counterparts, and this is not sustainable. To avoid anger, you've waited, but everyone's anger is growing with no place to go. Last, the call for SCCs has been to use programming to brand their schools to solve enrollment losses. Yet Westside magnets are systematically denied, and some schools have been barred from fundraising for infrastructure, while others fundraise $40,000 to $80,000 annually for arts education. The good news is that each of these topics interacts with the others. New boundaries would allow equitable magnet distribution for areas negatively impacted by RDAs. Addressing these issues would also alleviate many of the pandemic burdens faced by our district. As a parent, I strongly urge you to keep your reopening metrics tonight so you can focus on this long game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Nate Fotheringham.
Welcome, Nate. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I don't think he's not quite connected yet.
Okay.
Okay, Nate, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
My name is Nate Fotheringham. My wife and I are the parents of 3 children. We reside in the Salt Lake City School District. First and foremost, I feel like I want to thank the wonderful teachers in our district, and especially those that teach my children. They've been doing an incredible job and under a difficult circumstance. My purpose tonight is to encourage board members to vote in favor of Superintendent Madden's proposal to get students back into the classroom by the end of January 2021. A vote in favor of this plan is not a vote against remote learning. I'll say it again. A vote in favor of this plan is not a vote against remote learning. Remote learning will still be available to those who prefer it. When the district surveyed parents a few weeks ago, it seemed like there were about half the parents that were interested in remaining with remote learning and about half that were interested in going to in-classroom learning. To oppose this plan feels like the board is potentially ignoring nearly half of those that participated in the survey. And to oppose the plan seems in contrast to the district's slogan of every student, every classroom, every day. A vote in favor of this proposal is a vote for inclusion, a vote to invite every student to sit at the table of learning, be it remotely or in person. By voting in favor of this plan, you will not be a pioneer. Of the roughly 700 elementary schools in Utah that have been doing in-classroom learning for over 3 months, I am not aware of a single elementary school that is shut down due to COVID outbreaks. During the October 27th board meeting, Dr. Adam Hirsch pointed out that they are not seeing evidence of higher transmission rates inside of the school environment because there are mitigation policies in place. I'm told the head epidemiologist for the state of Utah, Dr. Laura Dunn, the #1 expert in the state, has chosen to allow her children to participate in classroom learning. A vote in favor of Superintendent Madden's proposal is not a vote to be unsafe. It is backed by the data and actions of the disease experts of our community. It has been roughly 120 days since the July board meeting in which the board determined to not allow in-person learning. I do not believe that now is the time to, quote, continue the conversation or gather more data. Now is the time to act. Now is the time to look beyond just COVID and recognize that some kids need to be in the classroom to learn. Some need a reliable meal, and a small but significant group need a safe place to be for a few hours each day. Please do not delay. Vote in favor of this proposal to include every student, both remote and in person, every day and every classroom. Thank you.
Thanks, Nate.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Laura Hamilton.
Welcome, Laura. Go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
You're muted though.
You're muted. Unmute yourself. Yeah. Thank you, Laura. You've got 3 minutes.
Do this all the time. Thank you to the members of the board for this opportunity to speak. Teachers' voices have been unfortunately very overlooked in this process so far, and I feel it necessary to share my deep concerns regarding a return to in-person teaching and learning. The metrics agreed on in September have not been met. In fact, Utah is moving rapidly in the wrong direction. There is no control of the spread of the virus, and our medical providers are pleading with us to limit gatherings to households only. Schools in other districts that opened for in-person in September are now on a merry-go-round of closings that create unstable learning opportunities for their students and unmanageable work situations for their teachers. Though beleaguered by some who would force us onto that same merry-go-round, so far Salt Lake District has been able to provide consistent, stable learning opportunities for our students without students and teachers having to worry about staying healthy in our schools. While I understand that you have some information regarding a lower transmission for elementary age students, this data does not include teachers or other school personnel. Currently, teachers are contracting the virus at a rate higher than the general public. Just yesterday, Primary Children's Hospital shared that they are seeing a sharp uptick in preteen elementary aged children with COVID and its complications.
Clearly, it isn't safe to return to in-person teaching and learning, nor would it serve my students' academic pursuits. Right now, my class is ahead of where we would typically be, and my attendance is better than it has been in previous years. Any disruption to our remote routine would only slow our progress and interfere with my students' learning. A return to in-person would mean the end of social interaction, group work, partner learning, small focus groups, and one-on-one interaction, as all of those things would be in direct opposition to staying safe. Additionally, as my attention would need to shift to safety, academic progress would take a backseat to cleaning, distancing, hand washing, and sanitizing protocols. The students may be out of their homes, which seems to be what matters most to some, but the focus would no longer be on learning. For the good of students, families, teachers, all school personnel, and our whole community, I ask the board to do the right thing by keeping us learning and teaching remotely. Thank you and good luck.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Next speaker is Carl Whitaker.
Welcome, Carl. You've got 3 minutes. Just unmute your microphone and go ahead.
You're
Thank
muted.
you.
Thank you, board, for the opportunity to speak to you. I want to echo our praise for the teachers and what they've been doing and under these difficult circumstances. We love our teachers and they've been doing a great job under these stressful situations. I want to echo what Nate had to say. I fully believe in what he has said. My background is I've had 3 kids in the district. I'm also a family physician, and I care for those who are at higher risk for both COVID and risk for falling behind because we're not in school. I continually hear the phrase, follow the science. Then do that. The science will point you to open schools. In a recent article dated November 12th, 2020, from the Journal of American Medical Association, it talks about the findings suggest that the decision to close US public primary schools in the early months of 2020 may be associated with a decrease in life expectancy for US children. In addition to that, I want to echo what Adam Hirsch has said at these board meetings. He said, quote, emerging consensus states that this is not being transmitted in the schools. Dr. Angela Dunn, our state epidemiologist, also said in a public Thursday briefing the following, and I quote, once again, our data is showing that students don't tend to be infected actually in the school setting, but rather in extracurricular settings. These experts' children's, many, and also many of my other medical colleagues are in school and they're doing well. They are safe. They're using mitigating policies to keep them safe, and there's no transmission in the schools. Again, we're only asking for a choice. We are not forcing anyone who does not feel comfortable to return to school. Remain online if you wish, but let those of us who choose to follow the science return to school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Suzanne Kingsford.
Welcome, Suzanne. You've got 3 minutes. Unmute. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead. 3 minutes.
Thanks, board members. Thank you for all you're doing and all your hard work, and thanks for allowing us an opportunity to speak. I also wanted to echo what so many others have said and thank the teachers and the administrators who are working so hard for us right now. As a former middle school teacher, I'm always interested in how kids learn and how when I was teaching, that I often had to adjust the way that I would teach or would teach a concept in a few different ways to help all of my students learn effectively. The way that each student most effectively learns may be different than the student that sits next to him or her, and every educator knows this. As a parent representative at an elementary school within the district, I've had a chance to talk with many parents, and the responses to the remote learning model are pretty mixed. As I process these comments, the one thing that I keep returning to is this: remote education is a new mode of learning. And no matter how amazing a teacher might be and how many strategies they use to teach, the fact is they are still using the same mode of teaching, which is in front of a computer. Some students are doing amazingly well with remote learning. Some are faring okay. And for some, it is really difficult. I believe that this has more to do with the student's learning style and less about their socioeconomic status, race, gender, or a parent's ability to deal with their kids. In my own house, I have 3 kids in the Salt Lake City School District, and 2 of them actually do okay, some better than others, and 1 who really struggles. So I can see how this, with the same parent involvement across the board, is different for each student. I want to feel safe about returning to school like so many others, and I appreciate all of the efforts that Superintendent Madden has put into talking to medical professionals and coming up with a plan that seems like a cautious and safe re-entry into the classroom. As a district who values equity in education, I believe this plan offers some opportunities and some options that will help those students who need a different type of learning to have access to it. Right now, even with the suggestion of small groups, there is not a lot of direction, and many students are still not having their learning needs met. Having kids phase back into school will start to address some of these issues. I urge for you all to please consider Superintendent Madden's plan to have our elementary kids re-enter the classroom in January. Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Thanks,
you,
Suzanne. We'll have time for one more speaker.
Okay, the finals. Thanks to the rest of you that are in the waiting room. Sorry we didn't get to everybody. The last speaker will be Caitlin Pearson.
Welcome, Caitlin. You've got 3 minutes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Please know that I do not take the risks of COVID-19 lightly. We are in a pandemic and numbers right now are high, but I also trust the experts, like so many have said, and data that say we can in fact safely bring young children back to schools and limit the risk. Dr. Hirsch said again that elementary schools are one of the safest places where children can congregate. On the other hand, remote learning has had tremendous effects on our students' mental, physical, and emotional health, and there will certainly be lasting academic impacts if things do not change. All 3 of our school-aged children log on every day. They complete all their work, and we, along with their teachers, are killing ourselves to make that happen. However, learning can't happen like this. Getting the work done alone is not enough. Our children used to love school. However, now the enthusiasm and excitement is gone. While a high quality remote option should still, of course, be available for those families who choose it, we also need to give the option for families to return. I grew up in this district and graduated from Highland High, and my husband grew up in the district and graduated from West High. And after living away for almost 10 years, we chose to come back to this district with our 5 children. We have nearly 18 more years of public education in front of us, and we have always wanted to send our kids to the neighborhood school. We believe that communities thrive when their neighborhood schools do. We want to support the district, but we need the district to support us. Please just don't weigh the risks and impacts of the coronavirus on the community. Please also consider the risks and impacts of long-term school closures on our students, families, and community. We need to give families the option to choose. Please vote in favor of Superintendent Madden's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Well, that's 15 minutes of public comment. We appreciate everybody who takes the time to come and speak to the board. It's important that we hear from you. Thank you. We will now move to our discussion agenda, which tonight consists of 3 topics. And the first one is our superintendent search, for which we have Michael Collins and Molly Schwartzhoff joining us. And earlier today, Molly sent me some information. Hi, Molly. Hi, Mike. That I forwarded to all of you board members. It's the tabulation of the survey that went out to the community and to the board. And I'm going to turn the time to them, to Mike and to Molly, to discuss that with the board.
So this isn't just ladies following gentlemen. This is also Molly guiding us through this part of the discussion. So please, Molly. You're on mute, Molly.
Sorry about that.
No,
I
you're good.
appreciate everybody taking the time to review the items. I know that it's a lot of data, but the best thing about this meeting is it's very black and white. It's just number crunching. So this is actually one of my favorite meetings because it just puts the numbers out there, review it. The numbers don't lie. I just first off want to let everybody know you had an excellent showing. You had over 2,400.
Yeah.
English speaking, you have 44 Spanish, and then a representation from the Vietnamese community, the French community, the Chinese community, the Arabic community, and I cannot say that other language. Is it Tongan? Am I saying that correctly? Okay, you had an excellent showing. Sorry, small town girl from Iowa. But you had an excellent showing. We were very, very thrilled with the numbers. The comments were very, it's constructive criticism, and that's the way that you need to look at some of those. And we're not going to go through all of the comments tonight because you had quite a bit. The only thing I would ask is that everybody take a peek and review those on your own time, read them, absorb them. I like to tell people that even after this search, it's a really good gauge of your community and what they feel the strengths are and what we think or what they think areas that can be worked on. So I would really hold on to those comments because even after this search process is done, it could be really beneficial for future workshops and to start looking at other areas that might need some attention or some pats on the back. There's some comments in there that really give you the pats on the back that you deserve. So take the time, read those. We're not going to go through them individually. We did have some comments from the Spanish community. I did have those translated. So you do have those as well. We did not have any other comments from the other languages that were represented. But if we did, I certainly would have had those translated as well. So we won't go through those comments. The first document that I do want to go through, Mike, do you want to start with the timeline or should we go right into the numbers? What would you prefer?
Well, I would think it would be helpful, if you don't mind, Molly, that they see the survey results and then they'll see how it fits into a timeline. That might be a suggestion.
Perfect. Yep, I'll go right into the numbers then. Just give me one moment here. And I'm going to share the screen, if you don't mind, Larry.
I made you a co-host. You should be able to share.
Wonderful. Okay. It won't let me for some reason here. It won't let me for some reason, Larry.
You're now the host, Molly.
Okay, it's giving me an error message here.
You're okay.
Okay, let me try one more time. It couldn't go smoothly. That would make it too easy. Okay, does everybody?
There you
Okay, perfect. All right. So this is the document, and this is just, we're going to go through the numbers here. And so what we did, and Mike, jump in and stop me anytime if I start getting too ahead of myself.
No, you're good. You're good.
For this first page, what we did is under the raw comment or under the raw column is we go ahead and we put in exactly how many people out of each group selected each quality. So for example, on item number 1, where it's willing to listen to input, but is a decision maker. If you look under your teacher column, you had 259 teachers that selected that as one of their top 10. And then if you go over, you'll see administrators, 29 of the 61 English, and we didn't have any Spanish, unfortunately, selected that as within their top 10. So it ranked number 6. And you can go through each one of those 33 qualities. And again, we're not going to bore you and go through those individually. But what it shows is it shows your different groups and where their priorities are and what they think needs attention and what they think doesn't need attention. It seems to be working just fine. So that, and then you'll see the top columns up there. It does tell you how many participants from each language did show up as well. So for teachers, you had 454 English, you had 6 Spanish, and 1 Chinese. And you can see that throughout all of the columns. So you had a fantastic showing. If you go to that second page of the document, this is where, oh, sorry.
If I can just add, if you go back, I just want you all to look at your student number. You need to be applauded. 440 students. And I know how big your district is, and we know what your population is. But I've dealt with districts 35 and 40,000. And I might have seen once or twice 400 students touch that. So it's not only how good your numbers are, but the fact that your students were so participatory is a reflection on parents and staff. And I want to congratulate you. I'm sorry, Molly, but I just couldn't let that pass.
No, absolutely. No, they were very good numbers. And especially, you know, even take away the fact that we're dealing with a national pandemic or worldwide pandemic right now. These are fantastic numbers. Even without this lovely COVID that we're all dealing with, Mike and I would have been thrilled with these numbers. So the fact that people have a bazillion other things on their mind that they're trying to deal with all at one time, and they still took the time to participate, I think says a lot. So kudos to everybody, students, your community, your support staff, your teachers, everybody. Thank you for taking the time. If we go down to the second page, this is where it starts getting kind of the fun stuff. So we take the ranking from the previous page and we just kind of simplify it so it's a little bit easier to look at. What we do then is we highlight on the column for the Board of Education and then the combined ranking. It takes an average and it ranks them 1 through 33. Now, some of them, there will be ties because it was an even number, and that's okay. And that's not uncommon. We run into that quite a bit. So what I did is I highlighted the top 10 for both columns, just so it'd be a little bit more easier visually to look at. Now you'll see there's a couple qualities that we combined. And that's just because they're so similar that it saves, instead of putting 2 listing on your profile, it just puts 1 and it combines them. So we found in our past experience that those were easy combinations. So we did do that. You will notice that we leaned a little bit heavier towards the board. We leaned a little bit heavier on them. So if it was between the combined ranking and then the board selection, we did lean towards the board because ultimately the board is going to be hiring the superintendent. The superintendent will be working for the board. So that's the reason. It's not that any one person is more important than anybody else. It's just that that's who that one employee will be ultimately working for and employed by. So we did go through. We are recommending quality number 1, was willing to listen to input, but is a decision maker. It ranked number 7 with the board and 4 overall with your community. The number 2 quality has leadership skills to respond to opportunities and challenges of ethnic and cultural diversity. We went ahead and we combined that with quality number 22, or ability to identify, select administrators capable of advancing district vision. Those 2 kind of go hand in hand. So we did combine those 2. Number 5 and number 17, kind of along those same lines. It talks about inspiring trust, self-confidence, models high standards, and it's also the ability to develop and communicate a vision of quality education. Now you'll see the following recommends. We're not going to go through each one item by item. You can see the number that they ranked under both columns. There are a couple that are listed as considers. And those are ones that we want the board to kind of take a peek at and see if you want to have that included on your profile and on your ultimate flyer that goes out for recruitment purposes. The reason why they're considered. Oh. Go ahead, Mike.
You're eventually going to need to advance the screen because they're seeing the total. So whenever you're ready to advance the screen, but go ahead.
You can't see the column where it has the considers on there?
I can see 2 at the very bottom. Or actually, I guess 3 near the bottom.
Yeah, you need to. I know what you're talking about, Molly. It's the next.
Okay, because it says I'm sharing screen and I'm looking right at it, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, we'll go to another document too that'll help with this as well. But there's a couple qualities that are listed as considered, and they are just because they ranked higher with either the board or the community, but not so much with the other group. But they are something that maybe the board should consider including on your profile and your ultimate job flyer that does go out. So we would ask you to take a peek at those and see if that's what you would like to include. You do not have to include any. You can include all. You can include some. It's completely up to the board's decision on what you want to include on that flyer. I'm going to pull up a document that hopefully will be easier for everybody to read here. Let's see. That is the okay, can everybody see this document? Okay, the SEEKS document? Okay.
And Molly, you were correct. I was jumping to this. So you were actually showing them on the whole plane, and I was already here. So my error. And please follow obviously, please follow Molly. That's all I can say.
Oh, he's trying to stress me out, guys. I swear.
No. My error.
All right. So this document just really kind of simplifies it without all the numbers on there. And this just puts them in a listing. They're not in any special order. They're just in numerical order from the way that they were listed 1 through 33 on the initial survey that people participated in. So we do have the top 10 listed, which would be 1, 12, 2 and 22 is combined, 5 and 17 is combined, 6, 15, 18, 24, 27, 30, and 31. Down below, you will see the considers that were listed either primarily by the board or primarily by your community, but not by both. So we do have them listed as considers that we would ask that the board take a look at and whether discuss, say, let's just go ahead and put them all on there because it can't hurt. Or if there's some that you're just like, no, we don't need to worry about that. We don't have to include them, but we would ask the board takes a peek on that. At some point, the one document that we do want to go through really quick is the explanation piece because it explains it much, much better than what I'm trying to do.
No, you're fine. You're great.
Gotta get it here. Survey seeks. Okay, where are you? I can pull up my document. And so did everybody get this document, the SEEKS, the Salt Lake City, the 33 qualities? Okay. So we're just going to go through it. I'm just going to read it kind of quickly. And if anybody has any questions during this, please stop me. I know that I talk fast and I do this all the time. I go through this document. So this is normal for me. I know that you guys don't have to look at this all the time. You're lucky enough you don't have to. So if there's at any point you have any questions, just let me know. You'll kind of see on the first page that all the groups are identified across the top of the sheet with an abbreviated definition of the 33 items listed vertically on the right side of the sheet. In each of the cells of the report, there is a raw score of how many people actually chose the item and a rank which is depicted by a number from 1 to 33, except in the case of ties that Ken talked about, just means that an even number of people selected multiple groups. For example, observing item number 5, which refers to inspires trust, self-confidence. In the fourth 2 columns, the parent group, you had 771 people chose that item, so it ranked second. Another example, towards the bottom of the page for number 23, in the fifth 2 columns, students, 74 people chose the work experience in a similar district item, thus it ranked number 30. On the second page, only the ranks are listed for comparison. This is done in order to control for the size of the group and to avail the board the opportunity to easily see what was important to each group. The data is reported in this manner so that no group overpowers another by sheer size. Each of the 33 items are totaled according to rank from left to right, and these totals indicated the column labeled total. These totals are then ranked and reported in the column labeled combined ranking. Note the lower total, the higher the ranking. In analyzing the results, we looked for the characteristics that were chosen most in common by the various groups and indicate those recommended or those thought to be worthy of consideration. Some occasions, 2 of the items may be combined when they are closely related in context. We kind of talked about that you've got 2 that we combined together, 5 and 17 and 2 and 22, I believe. At the encouragement of the consultants, many survey respondents provided additional comments to which the board are presented as part of this report. Again, we just ask that you read those on your own time, just because there's so many. And I do really want to encourage you hold on to that for after the fact as well. Are there any questions? I know that I spit out a lot of data on you guys. Are there any questions at this time or anything that we can clarify with or any feedback on? No? Okay. I feel like I'm racing through the, Christy?
Molly, in the numbers that you're showing us, is it possible that, I think the numbers are so small that it probably isn't, but are any of our parents double counted? Or did you clean that out?
No, so parents, we can't tell if a husband and wife from the same household took the survey. We can't track that.
Okay.
But we did go through with SurveyMonkey and I tallied how many people from each group. So when they identify themselves, we go off of that number.
So as a parent, if they were Spanish speaking parents, would they be counted in the overall total and also as Spanish speaking?
No, so it's all combined. So I put them in there so that Spanish weighed the same as an English vote. We didn't want to have it broken down anyway.
Good. I'm so glad. All right, good. Thank you.
No, absolutely. Are there any other questions, any other concerns, clarification?
Go ahead and speak up, board members, because I can't see everyone, so I don't want to miss
Do we
anybody.
need to still share the screen, or are we okay?
Well, I'd like to pull the flyer next for feedback if we
Yes,
can.
please. That's a good idea.
Okay. And again, if anybody wants to jump back and look at something, let me know. Just yell at me because I can't see everybody, kind of like Melissa. So just let me know.
And I want to remind board members that all of this information was emailed to you just before the meeting. I know without a lot of time to review it, we're reviewing it now and you'll have time, but you do have access to this as well.
So this is the draft of your flyer. And this is something that I'm pretty excited about to show you. And this would be what would be sent out to your candidates. So please take a look at it as if you were a possible candidate. Let me know your thoughts, your likes, your dislikes. This is the front page. We typically do have, I will start out, we do typically have kind of a format for these flyers. The first page is really going to highlight your district. And then the second page has got more of the nitty gritty, and you'll see that it's got kind of the information for recruitment, where to apply, the salary information, as well as if they have any questions about getting proper licensure, where to go for that as well. So we'll get to that. But here's the first page. We obviously have your logo showing various students. And then we highlight some little facts about your district. We also have the district website. Again, here's the second page. And we have some more facts about it, your social media, so that they can check you out. And then here in the red, and obviously this can change, but this is your top 10 qualities right now that we just showed you. And we can certainly add in those 4 consider so that you have 14. We can add 2, we can add 1, we can add none. It's whatever you guys want to do. But the text in the red can change. So keep that in the back of your mind. Then down here in the black, we have the deadline. We have the salary information, which I just want to confirm with everybody before we put it out there, where to apply at, our contact information. And then we also have what we require as part of our application, which is the letter of application or letter of interest, the online application form and resume, and then 4 letters of recommendation as well. And that's pretty standard. And then below that, we have information where if somebody has any questions about the accreditation process, we don't want them calling you and harassing you guys. We can't speak for Utah because Mike and I don't live there. So what we do is we like to direct people to the State Board of Education or the Department of Education, I'm sorry. And that way, if they have any questions, they can get straightforward, get the answer that they need right then and there on what they need to do for this process to become the next superintendent in Salt Lake.
Can we just make it clear that they don't need to have that certification or that licensure right away, and that they can work to get it, if and when they're hired? That would be
Sure, we can certainly add that on the application, or we could put it on here. We just wanted to put a blurb. Typically, Sam, what we put on here is what is required and then how they can get it. With yours, because you guys had mentioned that, we just put it on there so if somebody had questions about the overall accreditation process, they could get that information and be knowledgeable before hitting submit. But we can certainly clarify that, though, if you would like us to clarify that more.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other thoughts, board members?
Sorry to speak twice, but I think it looks great, and I think it could go out. The one thing that I saw that was on that list of sort of 4 things that were hanging in the balance to add to the list of characteristics, I do think we should value people that have classroom experience of some kind. The other things are great. I just don't know that, some of them seems like they might go without saying. I mean, it seems like if you're at the level of being a superintendent, you probably should understand special education pretty well. You probably should understand the way school districts use data pretty well. And, you would have some experience either as an administrator or a principal or whatever, maintaining a staff. So that would be the thing that I would want on there. But other than that, I think it looks great.
Wonderful. So is everybody okay if we add that number 33 about having classroom experience?
Yes, for me. I would probably lean toward adding the other things that are there to consider as well, as long as you don't feel like it's too wordy.
No, I don't think so. I mean, we can certainly make it fit. We've got room on there. And I always tell boards that if there's any question at all about having something about special education or classroom experience or data driven, if there's even like a flicker of, well, maybe, I say go ahead and add it.
That would be my thought, would be to add that.
Would everybody be okay if we added those 4 then? Okay. Perfect. You guys are making this too easy on me. I just want to double check per my notes during our first meeting, and I know that was a while back and it's been just chaos for everybody, but I had on my notes that we were going to be in the range of 220. Are we still going to be in that range?
Our finance committee met and came up with a number, which I feel like I did send to you. We talked about it at our last meeting. I believe finance committee, you can speak to it if I'm wrong, but I think it was in the range of 205.
205. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Perfect. And then just a reminder for everybody, I'll bring that back up, but the way that we word it, and you can see it on here. I can just get my mouse to work for me. So we make sure to word it so that the final salary for the successful, I cannot talk tonight, candidate will be negotiated and determined based upon a proven experience, qualifications, and meeting board criteria. So that means it's full control in your hands. So if we get somebody who's an absolute rock star, who you guys are all like, hey, we need to scoop him or her up like now, you can offer a little bit higher if you want to. You can stick to that 205. If it's somebody that you see all the potential in the world as maybe a possible assistant superintendent or something along those lines, you can go a little bit lower and say, hey, here's an incentive too. So that final number is completely in your control, just based upon whoever that person may be. So I'll go ahead and change that to 205. I will add those 4 characteristics. Is there anything else that you guys see on that flyer that you would like to have changed or modified?
Molly, on the front page, it looks like you used some last year's demographics, perhaps, in the number of students.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that number is correct.
Sure. I think we got that. I sent it to our gal who does all this, and I believe it was an email from Ms. Chatwin, but I will double check that and make sure.
Yeah,
Molly, I can send you the new data. When you asked for them, we hadn't compiled the totals for this year, but I can send you the new info. I actually just sent you an email about that. Thank you.
Wonderful. Yeah, we'll get that updated and we'll get that out the door then. Not a problem.
I think
so if I meet you too.
Molly,
you
I would also, Molly, I think that when we say student to teacher ratio of 21:1, that's in our lower grades. So
Okay.
somehow that has to be, fixed too, because that's in the elementary.
Okay. And then also, we may want to put a variety of AP, IB, and honors offerings, especially because there's lots of space on that line.
Okay.
Here's a question for you all. Do we want to put something about shared governance in this just so that they have a cue to familiarize themselves with those processes that are unique to Salt Lake District?
Sam, I think that might be I think we need to be really thoughtful about how that's worded. I think it's a good idea, but also give them something to look for, because they might just read right over that. So maybe be creative in the way that we point them, to looking for it too, since it's a philosophy and it's embedded in so many things. But that's a really good point.
And Christy and Sam, I didn't mean to cut you off, Christy, I apologize. What we can do is on our website where you go and you click on the job posting, because the link will be posted for your actual application will be posted on all the advertising venues. What we can do is where it talks about your district on our website, we can always add that too there as well. So we don't have to cram everything on this flyer. We have other venues that will have everybody looking at as well. So we can certainly use that as an opportunity. If there's something that like the shared governance that you can talk about, is it possible for that to get approved? I mean, I don't want to put that together because I'm not as familiar as you guys are, honestly. Is it something that either Sam and Christy maybe that you guys could work on and get that to me by the end of the week, that we could get that updated? Would you feel comfortable doing that? Or
sure, and I would trust. Yeah, we can do that for you. Is that okay, Christy?
Add more to Christy's plate. Okay, wonderful. Really appreciate it. And we'll put that up on our website then. And when people click on that link to either apply or to look at more information, it will be on there along with the flyer. So they'll both be there. So that'll be great. Okay. Wonderful. We're just rolling right along, guys. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the timeline. So does everybody have their calendars handy by chance? Okay. Let's pull that guy up then. Okay. I apologize, guys. I should tell you, I'm on my laptop and my 4-year-old took my mouse and I have no idea where it is. So I have to use the little thing on my laptop and I'm really struggling. So I apologize.
You're doing fine. You're good.
Oh, toddlers are a lot of fun.
No, they're great.
Okay. Timeline. Okay, so it's going to be very similar to the timeline that you saw before. We are just rearranging a few things just because of everything, the life happens. So we're just rearranging and adapting is what we're doing. So we'll pull this up and I want everybody to take a peek at it with their calendars and your dates and make sure that it works for you. Computer open up here. Okay. All right. So you all will see where we're at tonight for 11/17 to finalize the profile, promotional flyer, the job description, the application. So that's all what we're doing tonight. And then if you
I don't think we can see it.
what? Can you see it, Mike?
No, I can see where it is, but it's not in a shared screen. But if that's just me, don't worry. I've read it.
Can everybody else see the timeline?
Now we just see your the email that you have open right now, Molly.
Because I've got my timeline open. Okay. Let me try this. Let's try it one more time. Okay, how about
There you
now?
go.
Okay. Seems to be a little bit slow in Iowa today. All right, so here's the timeline. You'll see where we're at tonight for 11/17. Board to finalize the profile for the promotional flyer and get everything up and rolling. So ideally, we would get everything approved. I've got the notes for the flyer that you've given me. And then I've got the blurb that Sam and Chris are going to get to me by the end of the week, which is great. That's not a time crunch. So ideally, what we'd like to do is actually start recruitment tomorrow. We'd like to get that ball rolling where we would start inviting people, start placing advertising, and get that ball rolling. Now you will have 60-day recruitment. And if you remember when we first met during our first meeting, we talked about that the 2 times that you really want to be open are over Thanksgiving break and Christmas break. So we're really coming up on that very, very quickly. So I would like to be open for that. That would put us at a deadline of 1/18 of 2021. So that would give us 60 days recruitment with advertising. Now in between there, we want to meet with your stakeholder and constituent groups. And we've got a preliminary list. And what we'd like to do is have that spread out so that people don't feel rushed over the holidays, because it's a crazy enough world right now. And then you add in the holidays on top of it. We don't want anybody to feel rushed, or if they can't find a sitter, or if they don't have plenty of notice. So what we're proposing is spreading those out instead of, rather than what we typically do, would have it over 2-day spread, and it would just be a packed 2 days. But just because of everything going on, we want to spread it out a little bit more and have it open from 11:30 until December 11th.
Hey,
And
Mom,
yes.
could you read the chat I just sent you? Sorry to interrupt, but
You're
go
fine.
ahead. You can go ahead.
Okay. No, you're fine. So we would have it open, and these would be virtual. So people would have the ability to be doing it from home, or work wherever they prefer. I would like to continue to work with Nate and Melissa and getting those groups and getting those invites sent out the door sooner rather than later, just so people have as much notice as possible. And those groups would include, the students, the parents, the administrators, everybody that we talked about. And we would have that open until December 11th. We would continue to recruit until January 18th for that deadline. And then at that time, Mike and I are going to start screening and vetting and reviewing all the candidates who have applied and who match your criteria or who don't match your criteria. Now, we may get 60 applications. That doesn't mean all 60 are rock stars and are qualified to run Salt Lake City School District. During that, so we will screen and vet, screen and vet, do reference checks, all that fun stuff, and also do those Spark Hire videos that we talked about in the beginning, where you will get to view candidates answering questions before selecting those to move forward. It really helps narrow that process down on who you want to bring in for interviews once we get to that stage. That meeting is going to be the long meeting. And so what I need everybody to look at your date, it would be January 28th. And that meeting is going to be about 4 hours long. It is a long one. And that's something that we need full board participation on. So
Well,
if any,
we need to wait and check with the new board members.
absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, so we'll need to get their input as well.
Absolutely. Yep. Because we need the full board on this. This is going to be the really big meeting, because you're going to get to see everybody who applies. And if there's somebody that you guys have a question on that we don't bring forward, you're going to see everybody. So if we don't bring John Doe forward, but Catherine, I'm going to pick on you because you're highlighted. If Catherine's like, hey, I know John Doe, I've heard great things about him, I want to put him on the table for discussion. You have it's your search. We will absolutely do that. So it's a big meeting.
So we can tentatively, unless that we can bring, those new board members aren't in the audience right now, are they, Superintendent Madden?
I don't think so. I believe Mohammed's watching. I'm not sure though.
Okay, so unless
Molly, could you make me a co-host, please? I'm sorry, Molly, could you make me a co-host, please?
Yes, I'm just looking at the chat right now. Give me one moment here. I'm so sorry, Mr. Madden.
No,
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, you are co-host.
Thank you.
No, absolutely. And I apologize about that. I get spewing on I get rolling.
All good. No good. No problem.
So Catherine, yes, to your.
Tentatively schedule that date and then check with our 3 new board members.
So we won't officially schedule that meeting then until we have the new board members on January. We can make that movement to set that
Yeah.
date. But for now, keep that date clear
Yes.
for the board members who are here. Yeah, thank you.
Would you all mind if I reached out to those 3 board members and shared with them that date just to make sure, just so we can get on their schedule ahead of time? Would that be okay with you all?
Mohammed is here if you want to chat him or ask him.
Awesome. Okay.
Does it work for everyone, I guess, is the other question.
Yes, that's I guess more importantly, before we ask the other 3 if it works for them, does it work for everybody on this call?
It would work for me, but hopefully, for a start kind of in the early afternoon, maybe 2 or 3 o'clock, or if it needs to be earlier, I can work with my employment to
Want to hang out with us until midnight, Nate?
I mean, I've done it before. Happy to do it again.
I do it tonight.
No problem. So we'll put a start early time as a suggestion, and then as long as there's no issues on this call, I will check with those 3 board members tomorrow. I'll shoot them an email.
Sounds good. Thanks, Molly.
Absolutely. So then once we get done on the 28th, and that's the hard meeting, I promise, guys, that's the brutal one. We would be looking at first round of interviews the week of February 8th. And we have the week of, just because we don't know how many there's going to be. There may be 4 that you guys are super stoked about, and you can knock them out in 2 days. You may have a harder time, and there may be 8 where you're like, hey, there's 8 amazing people here, and it may get spread out over 4 days. It just depends on, and again, if you want to do it virtually, which I hopefully, knock on wood, we don't have to. Hopefully everything clears up, but if it continues the way it is, we'll probably be doing those virtually. So there's more flexibility on that end. But if for some reason people do get to come in for first round interviews, there's travel time, there's all that fun stuff that goes along with it. So that's why we have it listed as a week. So we would just ask all the board members to just kind of keep that week a little bit more open and a little bit more flexible, because we don't know if it's going to be a 2-day or a 4-day interview process. And we'll know more after the meeting on the 28th. But we would just ask our board members to kind of keep that week open.
Melissa, Melissa,
go ahead.
My question is this: are you making some changes on what you showed us tonight, Molly?
I'm making changes to the flyer as noted, and then the link on our website as noted. Is there something else that you'd like changed?
You're making changes that involve shared governance?
No, we would just be putting an explanation on it on our website so that people got more familiar with it when they hit apply before hitting apply.
Well, my question is this: if you're going to make some changes on what you've given us tonight, then why don't you just wait until December 1st when we have the next final meeting of this year? I just see those new board members, they need to be up to date on what's going on, and you're going to make some changes. They need to know what they are. Well, that's only my thoughts. That's only my thoughts.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Namoka. I really do. And we will certainly keep the new board members in the loop. I was actually going to ask at the end of this conversation if you would mind if we would send these materials to them as well, so that they had a chance to have it in hand. But the thing that I'm really trying to hit with recruitment is Thanksgiving and Christmas, because those are the 2 biggest times for people to be looking for jobs. And I really want to hit Thanksgiving if we can. That's kind of the push for it.
Well, I don't see the push. We got Superintendent mad until next July. I think you ought to just give those new board members time to assimilate all this information you're giving them. That's just my thoughts. So whatever you guys decide, whatever goes.
Michael, our experience would suggest, and my experience as one of you for 2 terms as a board member who came in during a transition of a superintendent selection, was the attentiveness of the new board members and our consultation with them between now and the holidays will be actually, we'll have an opportunity to keep them briefed and move forward. It's not that we're going to keep them out of anything. We're actually going to welcome them all the way along. And there really aren't many changes that we've really talked about. There are differences in lines on a brochure. So I think we'll be in pretty good shape. And I'm sure they're very eager to be active participants. So I hope that's
And I am
satisfactory.
perhaps jumped the gun just a little bit, but I did send these materials that I sent out to all board members to the 3 new board members as well when I sent it earlier. So they have access to it too, but I would still encourage you to reach out to them.
Well, what happens if they're not on tonight, so they don't understand what's going on, and you send them this information, And I don't know. It's just my thought. I think the rest of the board wants to go along with the timeline you got set up. That's, I'm not going to be here. It doesn't matter to me, but I'm just saying that they need to be up to date on what's going on because they're going to make part of the decision. I think there's 3 of them. So, that's over almost half of the board. So I think you ought to give them another shot and make sure you get word from Melissa that they tell you they're okay with that before you tell them to go ahead and push this thing out for publication.
Absolutely. We will talk. We will reach out to them, and Mike and Molly will that's who will reach out to them. So thank you, Christy. I saw your hand. I
was just going to echo. So first off, Molly and Mike, thank you for I think that the timeline, is so well plotted out, and it's very nice for us to be able, to put that into our calendars. My recollection is that we asked Nate and Melissa to work with the 2 of you, along with the new board members that would be coming in. And so I think that that's my expectation, is that anything that we talk about tonight, along with the materials that Melissa's already sent to them, that they are an active participants. And I think I heard you say that multiple times, in the process of not only choosing you as our advisors, but also, in subsequent conversations. So I understand what Mike's saying, Mike Nemelka, but at the same time, the expectation is doing exactly what you're doing. And so, Melissa, I appreciate you sending the information out to our 3 new board members beforehand, because I think that was the right thing to do.
I do. And I also want to let everybody know too, that we will be, even though that they're coming in a little bit later in the game, they're going to be caught up. Mike and I are going to be doing the one-on-one interviews with them the same way that everybody else had. We'll be having one-on-one conversations with them to answer any questions, clarification that they may have. And they were also participants on the board survey. The survey that you see the numbers on, all 3 of them participated as board members for that survey. So we are very much wanting to include them. They are very much a part of this process. And my personal goal is that when they come in and take seat, that they're right there with you. They know as much as Christy, they know as much as Catherine, they know as much as Nate, that they're right ready to go. That's my main goal, because if they're confused and they need clarification, that means that I didn't do my job.
I think you're doing a good job, so thank you.
Thanks. Wonderful. Okay. So tentatively with the timeline, we could jump back to that really quick. The dates that we would need everybody to kind of keep on your calendar. And again, we will clarify with the next incoming group of board members to make sure it works for them as well, but would be January 28th. That's going to be the long one. And then the week of February 8th and the week of February 15th. And normally those interviews are in the evening. So you don't have to block off your all 5 days of that week, but probably about the evening, late afternoon, early evening, block those off. And then again, once we get done with that semi-meeting on the 28th, you'll have a better idea of what your week looks like for February 8th. After February 8th, you'll have a much better idea of what your week looks like for February 15th. Are there any questions on that right now? No? You guys are making this way too easy on me. All right, well, we will go ahead and I will update the flyer and the brochure. Is everybody okay if we update those materials with the notes that you gave me today? If I send that to Melissa and Nate, do you feel comfortable with those 2 giving me the okay so that I can start recruitment tomorrow afternoon? Awesome. Okay. All right, Nate and Melissa, I'll make those changes and get those to you in the morning, and then let me know if there's something I missed. And then Sam and Christy, if you need help with that shared governance, or if it's just too much and you say, hey, Molly, my week blew up, I need you to take it on, let me know.
Superintendent Madden, go ahead.
I want to make sure you pass the host back to me before you leave.
Yes. Mr. Madden knows me. Yes. Get out of here. Stop share. Okay, participants. All right. Well, if you guys, I won't keep bugging you then.
No, if I may, Molly, I just want to say thank you all. You've been attentive, you move forward. The numbers of the responses say your community is engaged. We will continue to facilitate that. And we really look forward to the next steps. I know there'll be a quiet period. Well, it'll be quiet for you because you won't hear much. We'll be, you know, it's like the duck that feet's moving underneath the water because we're running around trying to find your best candidates. So that's why we're here. That's what we do. And we're absolutely delighted to be with you. Molly, I don't know if you want to say something.
No, thank you, Mike. And that you just reminded me because it's Tuesday brain for whatever reason. During recruitment, we will be sending weekly updates to Melissa and Nate, letting you know kind of the overall what your candidate pool looks like. And then when we first talked with the advertising, we're going to spread that out rather than waste money and spend it for 30 days and double it rather than have it just once and spread it out a little bit more. If you remember, within about 30 days, I'm going to let you know how the candidate pool looks and if we need to start evaluating about doing more advertising. So listen, you'll hear from me about every Friday is when I typically send those updates out.
And we will share that with everyone.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would also hasten to add that the largest number and probably the better quality candidates are showing up at the end because they don't want their name in the air. So just everybody understand over that period, it's like anything else. The majority and a lot of the quality comes in towards the end. I just want everybody to hasten and take a breath. That's all.
Wonderful. All right. Well,
Thank
thank
you.
all. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for joining us.
Be safe, be well, and happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thanks, Mike and Molly.
Thank you. I will move to the next item on our discussion agenda, which is the culturally responsive pedagogy. And Tiffany Hall, thank you for being with us.
Okay. Hi, Superintendent. Do you want to say anything to start or just
I'm going to just turn it right over to you.
and the co-host? Okay.
Make you a co-host.
Ah, there we go. All right. Well, thank you. I'm glad to be here and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this, and I appreciate the interest of all of our students that we heard during our public comments during the last meeting, and also especially for Board Member Tuitupo for bringing this forward to the agenda. This is a very important topic and it's a very front and center topic for all of the work that we do. So a cultural sustaining pedagogy does create a learning space that addresses student achievement, and it helps students to accept and affirm their cultural identity. It also requires us as educators to develop a critical lens that will allow us to question our practice and to address the inequities in our system. And it's an important and necessary work. It's also a very dynamic work. A culturally sustaining pedagogy has to keep pace with the changing lives and practices of all of our students, and especially of our students of color. And so as I talk about this tonight, I want to really acknowledge that this presentation only addresses a small piece of the work that's going on in the district, where we are doing so many different things in different ways. And I'd like to especially recognize the work of Dr. Sandra Bundia and Dr. Berenice Gutierrez in developing our equity framework, and Emily Sutherland and all of the work that she's doing with SEL, and how they're partners in this work as we continue to look and see what this means for us as curriculum and content leaders. And as this topic continues to come before the board, you'll see a deeper and a broader representation of all of the work that's happening in Salt Lake City School District to support a culturally sustaining pedagogy. In teaching and learning, we have really two essential questions that guide this work. And the first is, how do we create an academic space where all students feel as if they have the instruction they need to be successful, personally they themselves, and also How are we working to address inequities in our system to ensure that our students have an education that reflects our core values: equity, access, diversity, and inclusion? Now, I know that you looked at all of my slides and you thought we're going to be here till midnight, but I promise this is going to be a highlights reel. I'm going to give you an overview of what we're doing through our curriculum and content to create that culturally sustaining pedagogy and how that's reflected. And then for deeper looks in any of these areas, I'd like to come back with, if you invite me, back with a content expert from my department to get into the important details of how this is going. But I am going to start with English language arts because we had our fabulous students at the last board meeting who participated in the public comment and are really part of the Diversify Our Narrative movement. So in English language arts, there are 3 areas I'd like to address to begin: our adopted curriculum, the supplemental texts that we use, and some of the foundational principles of instruction that go along with there. Now, as we look at adopted curriculum, and this in K6 would be our Wonders curriculum, and in 712, our collections, we have a criteria for choosing adopted texts. It's written into our RFP process, and part of that, of what our committees are required to look for, is the inclusion of diverse voices and viewpoints. And we know that as publishers have gotten better, so have our texts. And we've worked very hard to look at each of those texts and update them as possible with better and better choices for that core adopted text. Our supplemental texts, I'm going to talk about again in a minute, but those are additional pieces. They could be novels, short stories, nonfiction, informational writing, poetry, or short stories that they add to enhance or deepen the theme that they're talking about, and maybe to increase a voice or to add another lens to something else that they're reading. And then we have our instruction. And we have in English language arts some very key things that we're working through. First is building that academic language. And so I'm so appreciative of Peggy Patterson and all of the work that our schools who were recognized tonight have done to help us not only just build language, but we're also across the board, K-12, building that academic language. We want to create engagement strategies that involve all students, and not just involve them, but involve them with an equal voice. And you've heard us talk about Kagan a lot. And that was a joint project that we worked on this summer with educational equity and student support, and also with school leadership and performance, to bring those Kagan strategies forward, because they are they really focus on creating an equal student voice, ways to make students interdependent in the conversation, and to ensure that we are allowing all students to contribute to a conversation and be a part of that dialogue. And then we're also really working toward providing more intentional and focused feedback that will allow students to own their learning and understand their progress and what they need to move forward. And all of this, as we go through our English language arts curriculum, means that we're making choices. And we're making choices to expand our readings to include more diversity. I appreciate that one of the central questions of our national board certification, and we are the district in Utah that has more national board teachers than anyone else, is how is what you know about your students important to what you teach? And that's a really critical question for all of us as teachers. How well do we know our students? What engages them? Who are they? What's important to them? What's their life experience? And what do they need to experience to be able to empathize with groups different than they are or the same? So over the last 2 weeks, Ms. Peggy Patterson, our literacy director that you've already met tonight, she and I have met with the instructional leaders of all of our high school English language arts departments to talk with them about this topic. And first, I'd like to thank all of them for their concern and attention to this matter. We have excellent leaders in our schools, and they're making great choices. Some of the comments that I'd just like to highlight, how do we create a culture where students want to buy into what we're reading? We're really, as a district in each of these departments, trying to think about where our students are. Our instructional leaders talked about confronting their biases and about using a really critical eye when choosing authentic texts and authentic voices in their learning, and that we're all seeking a balance about what students encounter in our classroom. And it comes down to the question of how do we choose what we choose? All reading in an English language arts curriculum and class has a purpose. And we choose the text with a couple of things in mind. First, are we preparing students to be lifelong readers of complex texts? That's something that is a job we have to do so that we're sure they're ready for college or they're ready for career reading. We need to make sure that we're creating understanding across cultures and themes so that students see and understand and can empathize with people who have a lived experience that is different than their own or the same as their own. We know that students want to see themselves reflected in what they read and want to know that their experience has been understood. And that guides a third thing that we keep in mind, which is, are we allowing students to engage in stories that they see as important? And that is work that every teacher has been wrestling with as we move forward. I've said this before, 27 years ago, I started as an English teacher, and 27 years ago, we were having these conversations. And they continue as we move forward, which is what really made me focus on the fact that this is a dynamic conversation. The texts get better, publishers get better, we have more access to things. We need to think harder about the choices that we make. So we have a couple of things that we're thinking about, that Ms. Patterson and I are thinking about as systems across our district. And we have some steps that we need to take. I would be very much in agreement with one of our students 2 weeks ago who said, we've come a long way, but we're not there yet. And that is very true. All of our schools are doing this work. But as we move out of kind of this stressful time that we're in right now, because it's just a stressful time right now. But what we need to do is we need to look across our entire district to engage in that critical analysis of our texts. And as we disrupt the canon, we need to ask a couple of really key questions. First, as we look at the books we're using or the other resources that we're using, how are characters portrayed and positioned? Whose point of view is centered in the story? Who's marginalized? What perspectives are missing? And this gives us some choices. Sometimes we're going to intentionally just replace some texts. We may pair some texts to show a more complete perspective, and we may keep some classics. The constant question is, do we kill Shakespeare? But Shakespeare's important, and it's important for us to be able to look at that, but maybe we need to use a more critical lens as we teach it to strategically create that counter narrative that opens the box to some different conversations about why that book is taught and what other stories can be paired with it to create a richer and deeper experience. And we'd like to bring this discussion to the district level so that we can share the thinking and the resources that we have at each school. We'd also like to bring a focused system of professional learning around our reading biases and the critical lenses that we use that help us to grow this body of literature together across our district. So in English language arts, there are a lot of things that are happening and a lot of things that still need to happen. And these conversations are happening, and I'm again would very much like to come back and update you as we continue this work going forward. The other area, it always seems like I feel like there are two areas that are kind of the bookends to this, and it's English language arts and social studies. I'm going to talk about social studies in a minute, but I'm just going to go through again very quickly some of the things that we're also doing in other content areas. One of the things that under Ms. Patterson and work that was also started under Dr. Bundia is with our English language development classes for our multi-language learners. We've worked very hard to move English language learners into classes with their peers as soon as possible. So when they are a 3 or a 4, they have scored a 3 or a 4 on their WIDA access, that they're moving into their peers, that they're receiving a scaffolded education so that we are bringing their background and we're working to stretch their learning. We're using materials such as Newsella that provide content at different levels so that students can access all of those things. But we're making sure that our English language development courses provide content-rich study so that they aren't falling behind as they acquire English, recognizing that we need to do both, develop content and language. I appreciated our student last week who talked, or 2 weeks ago, who talked about our about library collections in general. And one of the things that we know about publishing, and especially publishing in children's literature, and she pointed the statistic out, is that the number of books that feature white main characters, there are even more books that focus on animals as the main character than there are books that focus on people of color as the main character. And so that's really an area that we're working to address. And I'd like to thank the work of all of our librarians and Katie Iramia, our library supervisor. They have really been working to build representative selections in our libraries. We lead the state in our collection, K-12, of books that have been written by First Nation authors. We are leading a national project with Overdrive to add our Pacific Islander authors. Board member Tuitupo, we're working to see if we can get your books and your publishers into Overdrive. We've made some calls. We are curating our LGBTQ plus selections to make sure that students see their families, again, represented K-12 in our library collections. And then we're also working very hard to provide books in languages other than English so that students can access the books that everybody is reading. It's no longer Twilight, I'm told, but apparently there are series that students are still reading, and we're working to provide those so they can read those in the language that they would choose. We have a lot of work in math to create a very welcoming community. This has been a very focused piece for them because there is a lot of bias in math. There's bias with women in math, there is bias of people in color in math, and we know that they are underrepresented in these fields. And Holly McIntosh and her team have been working very hard to implement the standards from the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics. Some of the key essential questions that asks are, how are we reaching all students and making sure that all students are comfortable and feel like math is being taught in a way that is acceptable for them to be able to access. Our math coaches and department have worked with educational equity and student support to recognize implicit bias in math teaching. Their teaching standards focus again on equitable instruction, positive math identity, productive dispositions, and then when they teach, we focus on helping teachers make inclusive decisions about inclusive practices to support academic language, social and emotional learning, and accessible math tasks. We think about engagement when we read novels. We also think about engagement when we write application problems. How are those application problems culturally appropriate to the teaching that we're doing? We also, through our math department, that's where we house our MESA program, which recruits and advocates for underrepresented groups in advanced math and science courses. And we have Dr. Andrew Glaze, who works with Holly about in really helping each of our secondary schools, middle schools and high schools, to have a program that helps provide that extra support and excitement around advanced math and science. Music and fine arts, we've had Adam Eskelson here to talk before. Their standards, these are some of the music standards. And it's very clear, much like with our world language standards, that simply learning a tune or knowing a couple of dance steps, that isn't enough to understand the social, cultural, and historic context of either the music, the theater, or the art that's under consideration. And those are great opportunities for us to bring that perspective in and really be able to recognize not just a piece, but the entire cultural understanding. And we've had some wonderful conversations around controversial plays or works of art that have really, I think, helped our students and our teachers see that understanding the fine arts and understanding music is a very involved process that must acknowledge a variety of different heritage and community and cultures as they tie into these subjects. Science is particularly exciting. The new science standards, it's, you know, there's a theme here. And the theme is that everybody is recognizing that we need to to work with our standards to make sure that we are providing equity. And one of the things that Candace Penrod and her team have really worked through is that science is usually taught through a Western lens, and we have got to disrupt that. So I've put this picture, this culturally responsive teaching and the brain book up on my slide. This is a book that our science teachers are doing a book study on right now to really talk about the ways that they can build equity into science and science instruction, and really be able to think about, you know, are we building engaging and appropriate opportunities for those students to access the curriculum? We're applying, or we've been invited to apply to have a Utah STEM ecosystem. This is really going to help us be able to create opportunities to bring our community together, our families together, and our students together across the state of Utah, with Salt Lake City School District at the forefront, to be able to support student discourse and to be able to help us really make those science practices engaging and culturally sound for all of the students that we have. So we're excited about our science work. Keep an eye out there too. Math and science, they're a pipeline. We'll talk about that. Social studies. Now, social studies is super exciting to me because it's one of those areas that I've learned about so much about from Desi Olson, and I'm going to tell you, we have some bang up social studies teachers in this district. Geoliteracy is a long-standing idea of three components. It's the interactions, the interconnections, and the implications of where we are on the earth and how those things connect to the way that we live and decisions and how they're influenced. This is a long way away from the geography class that I took that simply pointed out that California was one coast and Maine was another. I mean, this is really starting to understand how we are looking at just even the landscape and where we are and how that influences politics and economics and the decisions that we make in those ways. So it's a very exciting thing, and we have some wonderful programs that we're working with National Geographic and other partners on. We're also really interested in the idea of historical literacy and heritage versus history. So historical literacy is really, I'm going to quote here, an avoidance of reductionist thinking that oversimplifies the complexity of the past. And it's going to help us reduce pitfalls that include like binary thinking. Something is good or something is bad. And when we do that and we stereotype, then we also ignore those minority perspectives that have been unspoken in a lot of the textbooks that we've had. The conversation that Desi and I had about heritage versus history is really fascinating. You know, it's the idea of heritage is what we want to remember, and history is what actually happened. Sometimes I think that happens in my own family, but that's okay. But we have heritage versus history, and we want to focus on history. We have some very exciting news about an upcoming U.S. history project. We've got some grant funding we're looking for, and we've got some wonderful people together. So I really hope that in a couple of months I can come back and give you some great details about work that we're doing there to really disrupt that narrative that has been reductionist in the past. So exciting work happening in social. It's exciting work happening everywhere. It's like choosing your favorite child. All of these areas are doing exciting work. World language. You would think that by nature of the fact that it's called world language, that it would automatically be a culturally sustaining class. That's not always the case. If all you're learning is the language, all you've learned is a language. You haven't learned a culture. And our new standards really work to show that we will have this intercultural competency, that students will understand cultural products and practices, that they'll be able to compare them to their own experience, and in doing so be able to bridge that culture, and so that they've acquired more than just the language. So we're doing a lot of things, and we've done some other very specific things about creating some equity across all of our curriculum. We've looked at our enrollments and our achievement gaps, specifically in our AP, IB, concurrent enrollment, and other advanced classes. And we've found that we do have gaps. We know that, that's not a surprise, but those gaps are indicative of inequities, and we need to really make sure that we're addressing those. So one of the things that we're doing is we're really looking and focusing on our science and math pipeline. We know that an early education will help provide opportunities for all students to be prepared. And this is a chicken and an egg with the course catalogs and prerequisites. We've gone through all of our high school course catalogs and we've removed all of the prerequisites. That is federal and state law, so it's not just something we kind of came up with, but it's also the right thing to do, because what we need to do is make sure that all students know that they can take difficult and hard advanced classes. The problem is we also have to prepare them to be successful in that. And to do that, we need to make sure that all of our students have equal access. And it's not just science and math. The board has been incredibly supportive of creating the same kind of equity with music, knowing that if our students don't have opportunities in our schools, starting in 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 5th and 6th grade and 4th grade, if they don't have those opportunities, they won't be prepared to take those advanced classes as they get up into middle school and high school. So we're really looking at those two things. How are we increasing the number of instructional minutes in elementary school around these important topics? And how are we using that to really build to make sure students are ready to do that? We've been working with the Utah Educational Policy Center, UEPC. My department, I believe every single person over the last 3 years has participated in their Leadership Academy, which really focused on bias, equity, access, examining our practices, and asking what are our expectations for the systems that we have in our district. Are our systems really helping us get where we want to be? We've also participated in the Assessment Capable Learners or Visible Learners project through the state. This is a program that's really helping us understand how to have students own their own learning, be self-directed learners, to be able to be empowered about their own learners so that we have, again, that authentic student voice in everything that we're doing. We've learned some things, and I think it's interesting, as we continue to think about all of our schools as independent entities, we also really need to keep thinking about them as systems, because it's those systems that will help us build equity across every one of our schools. We need to bring teams together. That's difficult right now. I think we're all tired of being on a Zoom meeting, but we're doing it. And it's a great opportunity for us to come together and talk about what we need, what students need, and what needs to be done next. We've got to create that space for an authentic voice. And that authentic voice comes from our families and our students in our community. We have got to ask that question. What engages students? We know our students are engaged around topics like social justice, equity, racism. Those are things that we need to make sure we're responding to in our classrooms. We have, I just, again, can never get away without saying how much we appreciate the support of the board for our academic coaches in all of our content areas. They have been key players in moving into all of our equity work, thinking about our bias, and working to create open spaces for this kind of learning to happen with our teachers. And the ongoing professional development that we do has to focus around these. We've been focusing and will continue to focus around this. So just a couple of future steps and then I'm quiet. One of the things that we'd like to bring to you at some point is a standard education plan that really talks about integrating minutes across all of the content areas, especially in elementary school, to ensure that we are addressing and attending to all of our content areas. That's a very difficult conversation. We know that it's a hard thing. Our elementary teachers have been absolute rock stars. I am so excited to see the work that's happening in social studies and science and math and fine arts right now and at all the times. And we really need to make sure that that's included for all of our students. We need to continue this unified approach to disrupting the curriculum. It's not going to just work if we do it in one department or one school. We have to say as a district, this is our work. And we really need to focus that work on reducing those enrollment gaps for our advanced work, especially in middle and high schools. So some of those are the things that we're already working on and that we'll continue to work on. So that was again, and I forgot to start my timer, but I can see from the superintendent's face I was way too long and I apologize. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate the fact that we are attending in this district. This of all districts in Utah, we should be the leaders in these areas. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Tiffany, we appreciate you being with us. This is open for board discussion. And we start with Michelle. Do you have something you'd like to add to this conversation?
I have so many things. No. Dr. Hall, I did have a question though. That last list, the future steps, that top part where you talked about minutes, is that minutes like in the classroom to teach that content area? Is that planning minutes? Like, can you
No,
elaborate?
it really is. It's asking that question of, are we intentionally planning in elementary school, especially in those early grades, are we intentionally planning for science and social studies and all of those things? And again, I'm a literacy person, but we know that literacy and reading wraps its arms around the day, and it's hard to integrate all of those things, but that's exactly what we're referring to. Thank you for that clarification.
Go ahead, Michelle. Do you have more you want to add? This is a great conversation, which we'll be continuing, certainly.
I'm like, I could take over this whole conversation. Yeah. Dr. Hall and I will just have a back and forth.
We'll have lunch as soon as the restaurant opens. We'll have lunch.
Right. Well, so I am so happy you brought up the culturally responsive teaching in the brain book. I've been reading that. My wonderful principal from Rose Park Elementary, Nicole O'Brien, is the one that put me onto that book at the beginning of this summer. And so, a lot of the science behind what all of a sudden the author's name just popped out of my head. Anyway, but a lot of the information she put in there is incorporated with everything. I really liked towards the end, she's talking about how you actually implement this. And, one of the things is, starting off your lesson with a story. And I think with communities of color, because we do come from we are storytellers. That's how we passed on our information. And I find that that's how I do when I teach. And I never realized that it's because of the way I was raised. You tell stories and then you start a lesson that, because the stories are kind of an introduction to what your lesson is going to be. So it was kind of gratifying to see that, oh, okay, that I do it because, it opens up a really great safe space for students to understand and to like open their mind to the learning process. So that I thought that was really neat. A few other things I've looked up Goodreads. And if you specifically look for authors of color, a wonderful long list, one that I've been going through, and it's a lot of like young adult fiction, but just some amazing books that I probably would have never seen if I hadn't looked that up. Okay. If you would like a list of Pacific Islander authors, and especially broken into children's books, middle school readers, and young adult fiction, I would be happy to send that list to you. It's a list that was compiled by a fellow Samoan author. And this is a list that we actually gave to the University of Utah Library, and they were able to get, I think, pretty much all of the books that were on that list. So now the University of Utah Library has a nice, robust Pacific Islander section, author section. So we were super excited about that. We got that started, I think, last early spring before COVID hit. Oh gosh,
I would love that list. I was just asking Katie if she already had seen it, or if since she's been working on this project, we'd love to have that.
Okay, I will send that to you tomorrow for sure. Yeah, there's just so much. The strategic teaching using classic text. I loved what you just said. Like, you still have to have some of those classic texts in the literature, but I love the idea of then having those really great deep conversations with students, and really diving deeper into maybe the cultural aspects or how you can make that connection with students who may not have grown up in that. So I love that part. I guess finally, and I'll stop because you all know this is this is my commitment is the literacy part. But also I think a lot of teachers understanding that a lot of students are, especially students of color, are in this kind of a cultural bridge where their parents either did not go to school here in the United States, or even if they did, even their parents were kind of this cultural bridge where you're going into schools and you're learning this kind of Western thought process, but then they go home and there's this entirely different kind of learning that takes place. And I would really love to see that connection made in the schools where that bridge comes together within the schools. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And the idea of a cultural bridge, we've talked about that with the language bridge, how important it is to keep your heritage language, but to also keep your heritage learning. That's important. Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. I love the way your brain works. Thanks for sharing that with us. Do I have other discussion from board members on this? Dottie?
Oh, I want to say that books are really important. I am named after an author of a book. Her name is Arundhati Roy, and she wrote this book that takes place in my parents' hometown in South India. So that just tells you how important literature is to a lot of families. I wanted to say that books are very, very powerful. They have the ability to change the way you think, your lens of perspective, but the only reason that books have that power is not because of who wrote them, but because of what the story entails. And if our core curriculum and our core adopted texts are not powerful enough, students will not have that consequence of learning through other viewpoints. I think we need books that lay out the history of man-made racism like a chessboard, and books that force us to think about what American history really is and what it means today, and books that put that into context. I think the Diversify Our Narrative campaign actually has a very encompassing book list that I got to read today, and those are all very powerful books, and I'd like to see them included. I think that the core adopted standards are something that we definitely should continue to look at, especially with the focus on looking at racism and how it influences us today. I was also going to say that based on curriculum and standards for math and science, Dr. Hall, you're absolutely right that that pipeline begins at lower grade levels. So I think that same academic rigor that we see in magnet programs should be in place in every single elementary school, because the minute you have that first step, you're just on track. For me, I am very, very privileged in that I was never a question of, are you going to take AP classes, but rather how many? In terms of science education, I think there's a lot of things that we don't know. Watson and Crick, Rosalind Franklin, those are things that should be taught to us no matter what. And the history of racism and pseudoscience within the science field itself, like the Tuskegee medical trials, and in English, looking at the 1619 Project. I think if we're going to do this, we need to go as hard, as fast, and as thorough and as powerful as we can, because if Black and Brown students in this district can experience racism to the fullest extent, then white students should be able to learn about it. So
Thank you. Thank you, especially for your comments about the science. I know that's something that Candace Penderod has been very concerned about. So excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Dottie.
Melissa.
Christy? Oh, go ahead, Mike. Mike, then Christy.
Yeah, this is for you, Superintendent, Madam. Let me tell you, this is your decision. The board can't make this decision. You need to. This district has some great programs. Now, why don't we give the RISE benchmark in December to our children and see how well they're assimilating all this information we've been given And that'll give us some kind of, give not me, but the new board, some kind of direction in January where we think it may be going face to face. Not no interim test, the RISE benchmark. Let's give them it now instead of January. Give them December and see what happens. See if they're assimilating any of this stuff that we've heard tonight and for the last 6 months. That's my thought. That's all.
Thanks, Mike. Christy?
I think I saw Catherine. Catherine, did you have your hand too? Okay, I'll go. Is that okay, Catherine, or do you want to go next? Okay. First off, I feel really lucky that we have such amazing people like Dr. Hall and Dr. Bundia. And I know I'm going to miss some of the people, but talking about Desi and Adam and Peggy and Candace, you know, the thoughtful conversations that are going on. So Dr. Hall, thank you so much, you know, for that. And I will, you know, I think that Michelle, you had me think about something that I saw a couple of years ago, and it was about storytelling. And I have these really great friends that live up in Alaska on the school board up there. And they recognized that, you know, people were losing not only the languages, but the stories and the culture. And they did the most amazing thing where they took all of their elementary schools. It was a statewide initiative, all of their elementary schools, and the children wrote books. And then what they did was they illustrated them also. And then their grandparents or their parents read the book in their native language. And then they digitized, they made them digital, and then they were available through the libraries for anybody who wanted to check them out. And it was really, watching that presentation was so moving, because it made me realize just how much of the storytelling is being lost in our culture. And, you know, just here in Utah, I think about when you talk about heritage versus history, how important it is that we actually do tell what happens versus what we think happened. So I love that idea, Michelle, where we talk about stories, you know, and getting that implemented into the early grades and getting our kids engaged, and then also sharing those stories with each other, right? So that other kids can learn about their history and their culture. So I loved that idea. Dr. Hall, I'm looking forward to future conversations. I think that everything that you were talking about, I have so many little notes that I've written down, that when you talk about disrupting the curriculum and you talk about that unified approach, could you talk a little bit, maybe just if I know you feel like you've taken up too much time, but do you feel like that is going to be such an open door, or do you, in all of those different disciplines that you talked about, or do you feel like there's definitely going to be some challenges that professional development just needs to, you know, be so key?
There will always be challenges. This afternoon, actually, Mr. Munoz and Dr. Bundia and I were meeting with UEPC, and we talked about resistance and change. And so it's such a great question. And we, you know, we talked about the things that stop change. And part of it is, you know, it's difficult sometimes to leave what you love or how you've taught it before that you've loved behind. And one of our department chairs, Peggy, I wish you were here so you could remember. I think it was Brandon Wynn at Highland. He said, you know, I've been teaching for 16 years. And I've realized, especially as we've been online, and I really feel like there are some ways I've connected with my kids differently and deeper. But I'm looking at what I'm teaching, and I'm realizing I need to change. And that I can't just, I wrote it down, he said, I can't hold on to it just because I love it. And so it is, I mean, it is a little bit painful. Like I've thought back and I've thought, you know, what would I still be teaching right now? What would I be dropping? What would I be teaching differently? And that is a learning process. And it's not something, Dr. Sid Dixon always calls it, you know, we can't just do professional development over the pulpit. I can't just tell you to change the way that you think and the way that you teach and the way that you come to class. We've got to be able to have a sustained professional learning opportunity for teachers. It will take conversations and it will take time. But I think that we have, I mean, I've said this before, we have the best teachers in Utah, and we're not afraid of doing hard things. We've been doing hard things since the dismissal. We've been doing hard things before that. So it will take time. I've had questions about, do we have money for resources when we find a better text, when we find a better way to teach something? You know, can we find money? And what I've said is, I'll find the money. I mean, we'll find it somewhere. We'll write a grant. We'll throw ourselves at the knees of a corporation. We'll do something. I mean, Mr. Yapius over in the foundation, you know, he's made magic happen for some of our science and math projects this year. So all of those things will be difficult. I don't know if the question there, I'm sorry, Board Member Sweat, if the question was, do I think it's going to be easy? I'm actually quite terrified. But I think that we'll get there. And I think that it won't just be in slow incremental steps. I think we'll be able to see big change happen. We've had big change happen. I don't know if that was.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Catherine.
Great, thank you for these comments and this discussion. I really think it's exciting to be talking about this tonight and to be talking about something, once again, that's really at the core area of our work that we've done. And it, you know, reminds me of the discussions we've had in the past, and that I hope we will continue to have. We used to have regularly. I think it showcases the collective unity that we do have as the Salt Lake City School Board, that sometimes we haven't seen recently, but I do think that we do have together as a board, and I think the enthusiasm we have for student learning.
Absolutely.
I think she's frozen.
Is Catherine frozen or am I? It's happened
Okay.
to me a couple times too.
There she is.
There we go.
Thank you, Catherine. We lost you for just a minute. You froze.
Okay. Sorry
But
about that.
no, go ahead and finish. We heard you talk about the unity of our board, which I love to hear, and then that's where you're froze. So
Okay,
I
great.
an opportunity
just wanted
to
to say, am I frozen again?
Nope.
You're good.
So I just wanted to say that I really appreciated Tiffany's work on this. I could tell she worked really hard on this report, and I really appreciated it. And that I really, like Michelle, really liked the culturally responsive teaching in the brain. And that I hope that we can work on that teaching across the entire curriculum, the ideas that you had about working across the entire curriculum. And I would like to see those individual reports. I hope we can maybe have those for each area of the curriculum and get those for all the area. And while we do that, get reports for the academic coaches for all the different areas. I think that was a good idea. I think we do have some wonderful academic coaches. Really would like to see those academic coaches highlighted and the work that they're doing, because I think you're right, they're doing excellent work in our schools. I really appreciate what they're doing, and I'd like to see what your ideas about that standard educational plan working. I think that idea of disrupting the curriculum, is such a popular idea right now, but that's an interesting way to put it. It's an interesting way of talking about it. So we can continue to talk about that. And I just want to talk a little bit about I think another thing would be interesting to do would be to have a session on librarians and what the work the librarians are doing. We've done that in the past, but it'd be interesting to do another session on the librarians. And just want to say just a quick shout out to the librarians across the entire district, particularly the ones that I've worked with, specifically Mr. Joseph Nielsen, Polly Parkinson, Beth Tanner, Julianne Zelmo, Liz Gleason, and Karen Budd show some of the ones I've worked with, and I really appreciate the work that they've done. And just finally, I just want to say that specifically with my children in the district and the teachers that they've worked with, I have really worked on, I've been introduced to many books that have really expanded my knowledge in a diversify the narrative way. And particularly some of the ones that I was thinking of as Michelle was talking. I'd love to get Michelle's list. And Michelle, I hope you'll send me your list. I'd really like to get that. But some of the books I was thinking about were Journey to Topaz by Yoshiko Yoshida, The 57 Bus by Dashka Slater, Esperanza Rising by Pam Munoz Ryan, One Crazy Summer by Rita Williams Garcia, and Purple Hibiscus by Chimamanda Adichie. And all of those were assigned by teachers in the district to my children, or given to them off the shelves of the library of their books in the collections in their classrooms. And I really appreciated the opportunities to read those with my children. They expanded my horizons, and I really appreciated that opportunity to read those with my kids. So it was a great experience for me, and I really appreciated that. And I hope that the Diversify Our Narrative students are listening to this discussion and understand that, you know, we are listening to them, we're taking their suggestions, but also that our district does have a sophisticated approach already underway, and that the district is working hard on this and will continue to work hard on this until we get it right, but that our district is really committed to it. And I think that when I answered them the very first time, I hope I reflected that I had confidence that we were doing that. I think you saw that email. I sent an email to them, I think the first time that I got an email, Dr. Hall, that you saw that, and that I had confidence that we were doing that. And that while I think we can always do better, and that we'll be working on this for a lot of years, you know, long after we're gone, but that we need to continue to work on this, and we'll be doing it, but that we're working on it and we're committed to it in this district. So thanks. That's what I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Nate.
I just want to echo and dovetail on what everybody said. I know there's a lot of support and a lot of gratitude for Dr. Hall and Dr. Buendia and Dr. Munoz to continue this discussion, and all the other folks that were involved on your teams to bring this information to us. I guess I just have one kind of, you know, next step type of question for you, Dr. Hall. That, you know, I know you touched on some broad-based things, and putting all of the fear aside about how to take care of such a monumental task. You know, what are some of the next steps that you may not have highlighted in the report that you gave us tonight that you're thinking about as kind of immediate, or even some of the long-term steps that you're planning on taking with your teams in the district? And how close are we, you know, to meeting the specified, you know, desired wants and needs of our Black, Indigenous, and people of color students in our district right now that Diversify Our Narrative has presented to us?
So we are working very hard to meet the needs of our BIPOC students in the district. We are looking at doing a kind of a full audit of, you know, what's out there and what gets read. I would say that two very immediate steps that I can say quickly before the superintendent cuts off my mic is, I'm going to just blow the lid on our U.S. history thing. We're looking at creating an open education U.S. history textbook that would be a compilation of working with our talented teachers, university professors, authentic voice, you know, bringing a group of people to the table to really help us re-look at and reimagine what U.S. history looks at, grade 10, grade 8, grade 5, in that order. So that's a very exciting thing, because we know that there has been a lot of the heritage history, or the, I always say that word, the diminishing or the diminutizing of certain voices in those texts. So that's one of the things that we're looking at starting this year, and will probably take us 14 to 18 months to pull in. So that's one of the things that we're looking at. And then another thing that, as I spoke with our English department chairs, Ms. Pedersen and I talked about creating kind of a long-term, maybe over a year, but again, that English department curriculum that really does look at how are we using the lens, what is the critical voice, how do we bring in that authentic voice? And we were told very clearly by several schools that we didn't want that to just be, you know, a one-day conversation, but that we would, and so I said, when we move out of this time of stress, so maybe in the summer we'll start, but it would be an ongoing conversation where we'd be able to come together and talk about and create those conversations about books and also those other texts. So not just novels, but again, plays, informational writing, short stories, poetry, so that we're bringing those stories and those voices in. specifically in our ELA classes. So that's why I said I think that ELA and social studies are kind of those places where we really need to look at that. But we're looking at it across the board. But those are two immediate steps that we're taking.
Awesome, thank you. And just one last, not a question, just a follow-up and an offer, and even a selfless plug for my employer, the Salt Lake City Public Library. When social justice movements erupted in after George Floyd was killed, and the Black Lives Matter movement really gained a lot of momentum here in our community and across the country, and I think in many ways around the world as well. A lot of the librarians got together and developed lists as well that highlight BIPOC authors, and not just authors, but music and other forms of literature and plays. And we even developed on a specific team a critical race literacy kit that parents can utilize with their younger kiddos who might not be in school or in the pre-K kind of realm of their early literacy careers, so to speak. And if I can pull those lists together from my colleagues, I'd be happy to share those with you.
That's great. And Mr. Salazar, we are so in love with the relationships that we have with our public libraries. Each one of our school librarians has a partner public librarian. And I know that the public librarians will come in and do presentations and work with our schools and our kids. And so, but I'm going to follow up on some of those resources you mentioned. Thank you.
And many still are virtually.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. But very connected.
Thanks, Nate. Go ahead, Sam.
I'll just add my thanks to everyone that's been working on this, and to Michelle and to the students, maybe most of all, for bringing these important questions forward. I think, like Catherine's kids, I was very privileged in that I got to read a lot of literature from around the world and literature by authors of color as a high school student. But I was talking to some friends from that part of my life recently, and it was interesting to kind of compare notes and realize that as a kid that was on the IB track and the kind of honors track with mostly other white kids, it was interesting that I was reading a lot of, I got to read Their Eyes Were Watching God and Isabel Allende and all this, especially kind of it was a sort of multicultural lens then, more than a sort of like anti-racist American lens, but it was still a lot of great diverse literature, and my peers who were not on that track didn't get, they got sort of like more, the classic American, they didn't get to read very many English novels, which I thought was kind of interesting, let alone, all the kind of stuff that I was reading. And so I think it's urgent, like Dottie was saying, and I appreciate your hard work and the hard work of everybody that's thinking about this stuff.
Yeah, the IB curriculum is an amazing curriculum.
Well, thank you everybody for your participation in this discussion, and thank you, Dr. Hall, for all the work you've put in on this and are continuing to do. I've written down some notes for next steps, and I think you hear an excitement from the board to have regular updates on this with you through different content areas and urgency as we address this. So thank you for spending some time with us tonight talking about this, and thank you board members for your thoughtfulness and excitement about this topic. If you're comfortable with the action steps being future discussions about this for now, then let's move to the next item on our discussion agenda, which is the learning mode proposal, and I'll turn the time to the superintendent for that.
Thanks. I'd just like to make one comment about the presentation we just saw.
Oh,
I've been lucky to
course.
work with some really amazing teachers, and I've seen what happens when people really do diversify the curriculum and the power it can have of engaging kids, and it does end up kind of solving one of those other issues that we talk about, is getting kids to take advanced classes, because when we engage them by allowing them to have reading material that is relevant for them as an individual, then they can read more difficult text, right? Because they're engaged in it. And so we can actually see skill improvement in that way. And then it builds confidence, right? And when we build confidence, then we have more opportunity to move students into classes that we know that they're ready for. Sometimes they don't know, and we need to, I just think this is a really powerful tool in improving our whole entire system. So thanks, Tiffany. And this will have a long-term effect. And now over to COVID, which hopefully won't last that long. First off, I just want to acknowledge who's here. The cabinet's here: Alan Kearsley. You just heard from Dr. Hall, Moselle Orton, Sandra Buendia, Christina Kindle, Roberto Munoz, and Yandri Chatwin. And then our wonderful people from School Leadership and Performance, Brian Conley and Chris Jesslin, and Becky Pittum, who I asked all to stay in case there are questions that they can weigh in on. I'm going to share my screen. And I'll tell you, it's not long. There's not a lot of slides. So I think we can go through this relatively quickly, and then we'll work with your questions. But I want to speak off first about why we're recommending what we're recommending. We have some new data from the health department that I'm going to share that we're using as a guide, and that's the first place we're going to start. But I want to acknowledge before we do that, that this is one piece of data. And this data is focused on students. And I mentioned before that we have this kind of unusual natural experiment here in Utah, where we have a district that's entirely remote, surrounded by districts that are in person. And so there's the opportunity to compare how things are going for the risk factors, and I'll talk about that in a second, for students that are in a remote mode of learning compared to students that are in an in-person mode of learning. But I want to acknowledge too that this is about students only, and the group of people from the health department that have been working on this data are working on the same kind of data relative to teachers. But I don't have an answer to that question tonight because we don't have that data. So let me go ahead and start in, and I'll talk about this first piece. So I'd like to go through this whole entire chart with you, and then we can. There's another one that we'll look at in a minute, and I think some of the things might come clear when we've looked at both of them. Just got to get the pictures out of the way. So what we're looking at here is relative risk for elementary school students in Salt Lake County. And so this is the data that was gathered. It was Salt Lake City School District, and these are the other 4 districts that, everybody, I took the names off. I feel like everybody's making their best effort to try to work through these problems. And so I didn't want it to be a call out in that way. But we had the number of cases in each of those districts. We had the total number of students, elementary students in each of those districts. And what we're looking at here are cases for elementary age students in Salt Lake City School District, and the total number of students that we have in the elementary grades. And so this risk factor is simply calculated by the percentage that 73 is of 10,038. If you divide 73 by 10,038, you get 0.00727. And so that would be our risk factor. So given the numbers that we had for these other districts, it was 0.006, 0.007, 0.007, 0.009. Okay, and so then when we move over to the next one, if we make Salt Lake be a relative risk of 1, then we can compare what the potential risk is in the other districts. Okay, so this would appear to be slightly less risky for these students. This would appear slightly more, and slightly more. But I think a really important part of this thing, as we look at it, is the confidence intervals. And so we have a lower, upper and lower confidence interval, and these were done at a 95% confidence interval, which means that there's nothing's 100%, but there's a 95% chance that that the actual risk for this district would fall between this lower and upper confidence level. Okay, and what's really quite relevant here, and I think when we look at the next slide, I think it becomes maybe a little more clear, is if the number 1 falls between the lower and upper confidence levels, then they would not be significantly different. Okay, so what we're looking at in the elementary age is that the number 1 does fall between the lower and upper confidence level for all of the other districts. Okay, that's Murray, Canyons, Jordan, and Granite. So what we can gather from that, it appears from this preliminary health department data that the risk for elementary students in remote learning is not statistically different from other students in the county that are learning in person. And there were a lot of factors that went into this. This data went through October 23rd, and they've extended it that I saw a glimpse of today through November 9th, and it didn't change very much. So one of the questions we were wondering was if this surge had an impact on that. And it doesn't appear that it had a significant impact on that. Okay, so this is for the elementary school. And I think one of the things to look at before we go to the next slide is, you can look at our number of 0.00727. Okay, so a decimal, 2 zeros and a 7, and that would be the percentage, right, of kids in elementary. When we go to the next slide, we're going to look at high school. You'll see that this number is 0.0193, which would indicate that there were more students of this age group that were having cases. It was conducted the exact same way. So we had 141 cases of high school age students in our district, 7,290 students, and the risk then was 0.0193. And you can see what the risk was in the other districts. Okay, and these were quite a bit higher. And so when we look at a relative risk of 1 for Salt Lake City School District here, what we do see is that the other districts in Salt Lake County were significantly higher than Salt Lake City was in terms of risk in high school students. And when we go to the confidence intervals, the 95% confidence intervals, the number 1 does fall between these two. It's fairly close, but it does fall in between all of these other ones, indicating that there's actually a significant amount of reduction of risk in Salt Lake City School District high school students in remote mode. And the total number was about 1.6 overall, comparing Salt Lake City School District to the rest of the districts in Salt Lake County. So that would mean that it would be 1.6 times more risk in any of the other districts than in Salt Lake on average. And so it appears from this preliminary health department data that the risk for high school students in remote learning is statistically lower than for other students in the county that are learning in person. Okay, I'll go on. We can certainly come back to these if we need to afterwards. But again, you can see, you know, when you look at this and see where the number 1 falls, I mean, this could be anywhere in the range from 1.61 up to 2.3. I mean, it could be higher than the 1.94 shown here. Those numbers again were about the same when they added in the difference from the recent surge. So then just some, and we've looked at this before, but observations from those around us, and we've made more observations from those around us. We've had some principals that have gone out with folks from school leadership and visited some elementary schools in the county, and they're continuing to do that. And I know that if there was a board member that was interested in doing that as well, that they could certainly be included. So you could just email Roberto Munoz if you're interested in that, and he can see that you go on one of those. We have to limit the numbers, obviously, when we go. So they'll need some heads up for that. But we've talked about this before. Younger students may have a lower risk of getting and transmitting the virus. There's an emerging consensus that schools are not the origins of many infections. Transmission in elementary schools does not appear to be impacted by positivity rates. And so we've seen some very high positivity rates lately in our area. And there hasn't been a huge change. So this is our learning mode options that we recommend. First off is continue with high quality remote option. And this is I think this is our default. is that we would hope people would stick with the high quality remote option that we've been offering. But then we would also propose to offer a in-person option. And this would be the timeline for this. So we would propose beginning on January 11th, beginning with grades pre-K through 1. And then this is 1 week, and with the holiday, 1 extra day, then we could begin on 2-3. January 25th, we would look at grades 4, 5, and 6. Okay, all schools would have an approved plan, and all schools have been working on this. I mean, even though we've been working on improving our remote learning throughout, schools have been, schools know that, I mean, our goal is to get back in school at some point in time, and they think about that, and they've been working on that. So while all schools have a plan, most of this stuff has already been hammered out by most schools, like how they'll maintain a high quality remote option, how we will schedule in-person instruction, because we know that there are some variables. It's going to depend very much on how many people want to opt for in-person instruction. And then, just the assurances that they've dealt with all these things that we've talked about in the past: safety and mitigation strategies, nutrition, transportation, and how to effectively communicate with families. One additional piece that we were including was an early entry option for schools. And so this is this really kind of embraces our site-based management, shared governance approach. But elementary schools would have an option to restart sooner by following these steps. And they would create a plan that has dates that are not later than the dates that would be, if those dates are in fact approved, that would not be later than approved dates. They would then obtain approval from their network director and school leadership and performance. Then they would gather stakeholder input through their school community council and school improvement council, which would make a recommendation, and then they would take it to their faculty for consensus of the recommendation. If they couldn't come to consensus, the default would be that they would follow the district plan that we proposed in the first place. So these are the things that we're hoping for your advice on. Okay, that is the phased restart of elementary. So that would be to come in with the pre-K 1, then add the 2-3, and then add the 4-6. The early reentry option, whether we started on these dates or other dates, that is all dependent on the dates that we settle on. And we recommend that we suspend a decision on potential return for secondary schools until January 5th. And so if we came back on the board meeting on January 5th and have that conversation, and it was, I think the first realistic opportunity that we would see for returning secondary would be for second semester. But that's a ways away, and a lot of things can happen in between. That is my presentation, and we are happy to take questions.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board members, I'll open the time for you for questions. We're just going to make sure everybody gets a turn to speak. Sam, I see your hand. Go ahead.
Okay, I will. So I just have a couple questions, and then I'll just start with the questions. So, thank you all, and thank you, Superintendent. I know this is a lot of work and a lot of heartache, so I appreciate it. When do we think we might have some of that adult data from the county?
I'm not sure. They're working on it now. I suspect within the next 2 weeks. That's me making a commitment for someone else's work, but I think that's realistic.
Right. Oh, and Christy's asking if we can stop sharing the screen.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I feel like I have a lot to say that's sort of about what I'm hearing and trying to synthesize, but I don't want to stop people from asking other questions. So maybe I'll see the time for other questions to other board members.
Michelle?
Mr. Madden, could you, just for the general community, could you explain a little bit more about site specific, like how our district is site specific? I think that would clarify a few things for people, please.
Right. Okay. Well, so every school has a school community council, and that school community council is made up of parents from the community. It includes some people from the school, but all of those school community councils are mostly parents. And they'll make some decisions at the school, advise the school. Then we also have a school improvement council, which is within the school, and that's a teacher. It's the whole school, but it's teacher led, and it's an opportunity for what we expect in our district is that everyone's going to weigh in, that we're not going to function based on top-down decisions where one person makes a decision and then everybody falls in line, but we want to engage the whole community in these conversations. And so that's what we hope to do through shared governance, is to take input from the local community and then incorporate that into our decision making. And so with the early reentry option, for instance, I mean, we had schools around the district in different areas. And I think that's what made that compelling for us, was that it wasn't just all located in one particular part of the district, but there were people in different parts of the district that were interested in that. And we thought, well, okay, then if we follow through this shared governance process and they come to a consensus agreement on that at the school site, that we would want to support that.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, for sure. And, just to echo what Sam said, thank you for pulling this together, Superintendent Madden. I know in the last board meeting, and I know you and I've had some subsequent conversations about this too, but, and in small groups as well, but, where are we at with stakeholder input and, teachers, our classified employees, administrators, and I get the sense that there's a feeling in the district about not being able to do that until there's a kind of a goalpost of a date in the future. And I'm wondering if you could kind of dive a little deeper into that and what some of your thoughts were. I just do feel a little ill-prepared, not knowing, one, how this is impacting adults relative to data that we might get from the health department in the near future, but also just kind of capturing some real-time data of, how our employees and our teachers are feeling about all of this right now.
Right. I agree with that. There are things we don't know. I mean, there are a lot of things that we don't know, and so we're making this recommendation based on the things that we're assuming right now, and certainly we can learn more. And I think one of the things that we've learned right along is that the timeline that we proposed with the start of January 11th, that's a little ways off, and I think we'll learn more in the meantime. But I'm going to actually let Tiffany, do you mind talking about the survey data that we shared a whole bunch of survey data back with the board. We've gathered other survey data. Actually, maybe it would help to let Brian and Becky and Chris talk about what they've heard, because I think some of them have explored this with some of their administrators relative to the younger students. So maybe if you would like to speak about that.
Sure. Do you want me to start, and then maybe we'll just pass it on?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Tiffany.
So we did make sure that you received all of the parent, teacher, and student data that we had broken out by precinct. Dr. Amio's team worked very hard on that. And we are just at this point where we don't, we don't know. To simply ask again, where do we feel with coming back without having a date, or, is it safe to come back, and do you feel like coming back? Those are really difficult questions. And so we really wanted to come back to you and say, what is it that you would like us to do with instruction and with students? And then we would move forward from there. And that's where a lot of the smaller conversations, the more intimate, less anonymous conversations have happened at schools. And that's really been the leadership of Ms. Pinham and Mr. Gesslin and Mr. Conley. And so I'll just let them talk about some of those individual conversations.
I know, Brian, you shared some data with me that I think was relative to pre-K1 or pre-K2 the other day. Is that right?
Becky, I think you were going to talk a little bit on the elementary piece, and I'm
okay.
I'm not sure of what data you're talking about.
About a survey. It was relative to teachers, and about.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that was, okay, that was what Becky had organized and sent out with all of our networks as far as the data for teachers and talking with the administrators of those schools, teachers. I believe it was K3 that Becky collected some of that information. So I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thanks, Brian. I think about a month ago, as we've been working diligently to prepare for the entry of students, because that is where we eventually all want to be. So we've been working with making sure that we're prepared. And we had each elementary principal do a survey with their teachers just to get a feeling for where they were with returning, what their needs were, where they felt strong, what they felt they needed more professional development with. And so we did have some preliminary information from teachers. One of the things that, as we've met with our principals every week lately, what we keep hearing from them is it's very hard for us to make plans now. We're just to the place where I second what Tiffany was saying, that we need to have some firm dates to look at so that then we can ask parents, based on what we know, what would you prefer for your student? And we have to have that data first, because from the parents, because then we can sit down and say, oh, look, we can move this group here. We can maybe have this teacher teach remote here, and really have it be responsive to what our constituents, what our parents are choosing. I want to echo back to that thought that this is providing choice. We talk a lot about in our district about providing choice, and this doesn't say that every single person has to return. This provides choice for families, and the thing that we really need, and I'm speaking here now for elementary principals because we've met with them so often. We need to have direction to move forward on making further plans. So as Tiffany said, it would be nice if we could get some dates. And of course, I do want to say one other quick thing. And I talked with Superintendent Madden about this today. We're wise, we're thoughtful, we're mindful. And of course, we will watch. We're going to be watching what occurs. So, thanks.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Thanks, Becky. And I know you are. We have watched you for a long time, and the carefulness the care and concern that you exercise. So 2 weeks ago, I think the board wanted to have a comprehensive survey from not just the parents, but also the teachers. And I guess some of the questions before we engage with this discussion again, I think some of the things we wanted to hear was, for example, do we want to, for example, some of the questions that we wanted to know were, would they want to teach, could they teach remotely for the same students as well as in person, and how would they feel about that? Would they be willing to teach in person? So some of the questions we wanted to have answers before we talked about whether we'd go over. And I think I have a list of those questions. I'm just looking for it because I didn't know we were going to be talking about these things first. So let me just see if I can find those questions. Let's see, how many of them wanted to come back in person? Another question I've thought about is, does the possibility, since it came up in the last week, does the possibility of a vaccine make a difference to the teachers? That I'd be interested to know that. do they feel comfortable teaching, like I said, both remotely and in person? Would they rather do that than recalibrate their class? I think that's something we talked about. Would they rather teach both remotely and in person than have a recalibration of their class lists? So those were some of the things that I think we wanted to know from them before we made this decision. And I think you're right, it's hard to know. And we did survey the parents, and it's hard to know. It's hard to know whether we give the parents a date or whether we ask the parents first. But we did ask for some comprehensive information. I know how busy you've been, and I know, we haven't given you a lot of time. I'm sort of surprised we had this discussion. We're having this discussion again so quickly. We wanted to have some of this information before we engage this discussion again. But some of the questions we had for the parents that I've written down was, do the parents prefer doing in person if they have to switch teachers? Would they rather choose the alternative if it meant that they had to choose teachers? Would they prefer remote learning to in person? And what would it be if it meant that their child had to choose a different teacher? So all those kinds of questions for the parents as well. And like I said, I know it's difficult when we don't have a date, but those might inform our ability to make those choices. And that's why I think many of us wanted that information. I think 5 of us, in fact, said we really needed that kind of information to make this decision. So like I said, that was one of the reasons why I was surprised to see this on our agenda when it came, to hear that this would be on our agenda when it came up so quickly again. So that's, I guess, some questions that I have.
I would just say, I just want to make sure that that I'm really super clear about the fact that, if we make a change, there will be some difficult parts of that for some people. I think that if we say there won't be, we're lying to ourselves. There will be some difficult parts for some people. And I would also say that I think we are fully committed to doing everything we can for the employees of this district. We appreciate what they've done for us, and we want to take care of every single one of them. And will we avoid a difficult situation? I imagine that we will come across some, but I hope that the board would trust us to deal with those situations as honestly and as we can, and try to take care of everyone. I mean, our goal is the same. We want to take care of every single student in this district, and we want to take care of everybody that works for us. That won't change, and we're committed to that. And so, but there is a reality. Change is not comfortable, and so I guess what I'm saying is, like, we can do all we need your guidance. We can do all the parts. We got a lot of people here that have a lot of experience, and we can take care of all of the pieces. We just need the direction that you want us to go.
I'm just one more thing, Melissa, before I hand it over to Sam. I also had one more piece of information forwarded to me when someone was looking at the board agenda. This is from someone who has a PhD in demography and is married to someone in the district. And this person would be happy to talk to you if you're interested. This person says that they study, they have a PhD in demography, and they study disease patterns. And they say that the district is using the wrong statistic for comparison, and that young children are rarely symptomatic, so they're rarely tested. And the statistic that needs to be compared is the rate of positivity for the children tested. So I'm wondering if we have that data, the rate of positivity and the proportion of children who have tested positive, especially among young children, has little value. So that person said that he'd be happy to talk to you about what he knows as an expert in this field.
And we did have an email from one of my constituents who's also a medical professional today that talked about the rising incidence of cases per 100,000 in 5 to 10-year-olds in the past 2 days, up from 32 per 100,000 before. I wanted to offer that because it was I had it here at the tip of my fingers, but what I wanted to say was I think the board, I think we have to take a little bit of responsibility for this anger over the survey. And I think teachers are really, I think it's fair to say they're angry that they're not getting a survey. And we had a discussion at the last meeting about, the survey data that you all took, which was great data. And I think, you, Dr. Hall and Dr. Amio did a fantastic job of getting us that data to make decisions with. I think we've been a little careless in our language as the board members, and we've allowed this conflation to happen of the survey and the questionnaire, which would really be, at the point we made a decision, we would need to know from everybody, from every teacher how they felt, and from every student's family how they felt about whatever decision point there was. And so I think we are in a difficult place. And I think the superintendent has said, this data about children, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Larry, but my understanding of what you're saying is that the data we have now about children doesn't suggest metrics in the way that
right.
Some of those our earlier metrics were really based on contact tracing and a point where you can sort of say that contact tracing can happen reliably, right? Mm-hmm. A fair thing to say?
I think so. Yeah. And
so,
this is a different way of looking at it for sure.
Yeah. And so I think, and I appreciate that you're honest about that, because it would be easy to make metrics up. And I've had people, and I'm saying this mostly just because I feel like it's important that people understand that I am listening to them. But people have said to me, you could use the Harvard Global Health and White House Coronavirus Task Force metrics, which are to wait until we're down to 10 to 25 per 100,000 to bring some young kids back in person. You could arbitrarily decide that you could do 2 weeks of trending down. Those are both things that people have suggested to me. Mm-hmm. I don't think those are bad things to consider, but I do think we're at a point where if we're going to do this in the next calendar year, we need to start talking about dates. And I appreciate all the work that's gone into thinking creatively, but I don't know that we've done a great job of communicating that out to the public or even to people outside of the district office. And Becky, I know you're working really hard with those elementary principals, but I have to say that what I hear from them, and I talk to a lot of them inside and outside of my precinct, I should say, is that they're terrified, not because they're terrified that they're going to get the virus and die, but they're terrified that they can't keep their buildings staffed. And I think, I appreciate this recommendation because I feel like it's you all telling us we could do this as soon as January 11th. And you all as board members need to make a decision about when you think the community wants to do it. My precinct, almost entirely, at least the people that I hear from, I think they favor our current strategy. They don't want to see us undermine what we're doing relatively well, which has been, I think it's been a huge surprise to people how well we've done. And again, I think we owe a huge debt of gratitude to our teachers, because I think we're doing a much better job than most of the country, which is in remote learning. And I get that it's not ideal for everyone. And I do think in general, in-person learning is a good goal, but if we pursue it blindly, I think there are a lot of people, a lot of those principals that we saw tonight and honored tonight for their great work, that are worried that what we will end up giving people is the experience, yes, of being in a building, but in a building that is not always staffed with people that are mentally and physically healthy themselves, and not always, where we're struggling to find substitutes. I had one principal share with me that she last week had 18 people out, which is about a third of her staff. And you can kind of hobble along if you're doing one thing, in that situation, especially if you're in remote learning, because maybe if people are sick and they're not that sick, they can keep teaching. But I think that it's fair for them to be calling us and saying, look, we get that this is evolving and we're watching the science evolve and we're excited about this data, but January is just too soon, you know? It's in the middle of a grading period. It's at a time when we're all kind of quaking in our boots to see what Thanksgiving and Christmas and New Year's do to the pandemic situation. So I don't want us to operate based out of fear, but I do think if we gave people a little more time, and I know people are, I know there are people that feel like this is not working now, but again, it's not going to be better to have an in-person learning mode that we can't effectively staff. I mean, no amount of creativity and talent is going to fix that problem. I think we have an opportunity to stake out some middle ground, and I'm a little worried even saying that, because I know that maybe even the majority of my constituency will be angry with me for even proposing to compromise. But I think if we can find a date that's a ways out from January, we can signal to our employees, we're listening to you, we do care about you, we're thinking about you, and we will make the time to figure out how to make this work. And we can signal to families that are saying this is an urgent need, we hear you too, and we are going to figure out how to do this, but we're not going to rush, and we're not going to do it in the middle of a grading period. Did you want to say something, Becky? I'm sorry. I feel like you were.
Oh,
Christy's got her hand up too, but go ahead. Go ahead, Becky.
I was going to say, I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your response. And this is so tricky. Like you said, I said to someone today, dealing with COVID is like 3 states of matter at the same time. It's constantly changing, right? And I absolutely believe that if we are going to see kids go back, that we do need to start talking about dates. Does it absolutely have to be January 11th? And I might get in trouble for saying that. Not necessarily. You maybe if we say 3 weeks after New Year's, which would give it that good solid 3 weeks to have this holiday cleanup. But if we have a date, even if it's the 11th, January 11th, we can at least start to move towards doing some more additional planning. That's where I'm coming from. And then if there's an early entry, if there's a school, for example, in an area that has a much lower COVID rate, then they could propose that they come back again. And the only other thing I wanted to say is that we are never going to have every single thing ready and crossed off, ready to go, because we have to be nimble, because things are constantly changing. As we've gone to these schools that are in session, one of the things that they've told us is that you do have to be on your game, right? Because things change, but they're making it work, just like we're making it work now.
I'll just add one comment too. If the conversation, if you want to have a conversation about dates, I think that's just fine. I think there's different ways to look at it, right? So you can look at it as changing that starting date, or you can look at it as spacing. So the way we presented it was to start on January 11th with pre-K 1, and then a week later, essentially, then come with 2, 3, and then 1 week later come with 4, 6. You can stretch that out, because I think we do know that it takes a little while. Like when you do see an effect from something, I think someone said it in one of the health department meetings I was in today, is it takes about 3 weeks to actually see the effect. So like if we're going to have some bump from Thanksgiving, we're going to see that right around right around the start of our winter break, right? I mean, so I think all I'm offering is that there are different ways of looking at the date thing when you have that conversation. I don't think you have to wholesale just take everything as it is and move it. I mean, things can be stretched out or moved or however seems to work.
Well, and sorry.
Hey, can we go ahead with Christy, Sam, and then we'll come back
I
to
just
you.
I want to respond to what Becky and Larry said. Okay.
All right.
I just, sometimes I feel like this taking turns thing just does not lead to, I'm not trying to be critical of you, Melissa, but I just think it's important that we also think about the board, because, you know, in some level, like, who cares about the board, except that we do have to make these decisions and we do have to communicate to our constituents. And so I would say, let's also think about the fact that the new board is going to be coming on January 5th, right? And if things are really terrible and we've committed to January 11th or January 19th, it's going to be really hard for them to turn that around. Now, if things are great, that's great. And maybe they don't have to do that. But I would not, having sat in this position for the last year and a half through this, I would not want to do that to the new board members. And I don't think it would be fair to them. And I don't think it would really be fair to the community, because they wouldn't be represented well. So I'm sorry that I'm talking a lot. I'll shut up in just a minute, but I do have a sort of a thought, which is, and I can make a motion, and I of course want other people to get a chance to talk first, but you know, I just want to lay this out as thought. So if we were to start at the end of this trimester, which would be the week of Monday, the 22nd of February, I realize that's further than a lot of people want. But that would give us a chance to finish the trimester we're in the practices that we're used to. It would give us ample amount of time to communicate with teachers, and it would give us some time to see how things went if we do have some schools that want to do early entry. Now, I have my own qualms about early entry, but that might be a better discussion to have at the next meeting. I'd like to talk about that, and I'd like to make that motion. So I will stop talking and let others talk, but I'd appreciate it if we could circle back.
Thanks, Sam. I want to give everybody an opportunity to contribute to the conversation. Go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. So Superintendent, thank you for the thoughtfulness that's gone behind the recommendation that you're making to the board tonight. I know that you don't take that lightly. And I also know that, you know, that change happens. I mean, as board members, I want you to remember that, you know, when we first started this conversation, that we were going to go into a hybrid. And then all of us decided, you know, a majority said, no, we're going to go into remote. And at this point right now, this, you know, our superintendent is making a recommendation. So either we're going to honor that and listen to what he's saying and know that he's not going about this blindly, that there isn't going to be, you know, all of these unanswered questions, because the day-to-day operations of this district, we hired him to oversee. And so, yes, there may be some additional information that we need to have. Yes, there may need to be, and from what I'm hearing him say and what I heard Becky say, is that there would be surveys that would go out. I do think, and Becky, you've said it multiple times, that we need to have some sort of a date out there. Does that mean that it's solid? Things could change. So as far as what, you know, some of our board members have said about, you know, putting our new board incoming board members in a difficult position, we already know that things can change, because they have ever since the spring, you know, when we went and we closed down, you know, in March, and it's evolved over time. So I think that, you know, all of us as a majority hired this individual, Superintendent Madden, you know, to make recommendations to the board. And for some reason tonight, we're having a difficult time taking this recommendation, thinking that he hasn't thought this through with all of his staff. And I think, yes, there's still some things that need to be answered, but at the same time, I think we need to, as all of us did at that time, hiring him, know that he can do this job. And all the people that he has back behind him, which he said from the very beginning. And yes, not everything's going to be perfect. I think that, giving a date, as Becky has said multiple times, of January 11th helps people to start asking the questions and preparing. And right now, I think one of the things that Catherine brought up, multiple questions that needed to be answered, I think that those can still be answered with us giving this recommendation, the credence that it deserves, that we have to believe that Superintendent Madden has done all of the pieces that we would expect him to do before making this recommendation to us as board members. I'm not in charge of the day-to-day operations. That's what all of these other people, Brian, Chris, Becky, the cabinet, that's what their job is, along with Moselle and everybody else, to talk about, those pieces that need to be talked about. And I don't feel like I need to have more questions answered for me to be able to say, this is a recommendation that the superintendent is putting to us tonight that we need to be able to support, by saying, okay, we know that January 11th might not work, but yet if you're saying you need to have a date to at least start asking questions, to start making plans towards that, doesn't mean that we've tied the hands of the 3 new board members that are coming on. And I don't believe that it's a hard turnaround, because you saw us turn around from hybrid to remote. So I think that for me, as I look at this, it's, I think it's difficult to hear for me, and this is just my personal opinion, that if we have Becky meeting with principals on I don't know how often, Becky, weekly, daily, however often you're meeting with them, but yet they're telling board members something different. I would just urge our principals to please be talking to the people that, have been asking you questions, and to circle back to them. Because I agree with you, if you're terrified, you don't think there's going to be enough staff in there, then that's a part of the question that needs to be asked once we say this is a date that we want to shoot for, is the 11th. So I didn't hear the superintendent say it was hard and fast. I heard him say, let's shoot for this, January 11th, and we go from there. As far as the early entry, I think that it'll be interesting to see if we have any schools that will apply for that. We have such a short window of time right now, and yes, they have been working on their plans, in their schools. But for me, if a school steps up and says, we want to look at this reentry, then that goes to the superintendent and to school support and the cabinet to make that decision, not for us. But it is a piece that he's offering tonight for us to consider in their recommendation. So although it is a little maddening to me that, we want to take his recommendations when it suits us. And when it doesn't, then we're going to ignore the recommendation. And I'm not saying that it's easy. And I think that there are definitely some pieces that, as Becky has said, and also the superintendent, that still need to be put into place. But for us as a board, we just need to keep remembering that the day-to-day operations of this district is not our responsibility. And I would just hope that as we continue this conversation, which I'm sure we will, that there'll be other updates. But if he's asking us to consider this recommendation, then I think we seriously need to consider this recommendation.
Thanks, Christy. Let me take a moment and say, nothing about this is easy. I think Becky talked about that. I think we've been on this journey for a while now, board members together. I think we've seen this from different points of view. We're representing different perspectives from the district. But one thing I do know for sure is that I trust our superintendent. I didn't know him well before he was our superintendent. I had never worked with him, but having the opportunity to see the care, the concern, the focus on students, he's not paying lip service to that. And I don't believe that there's any chance that the superintendent, his cabinet, the school leadership and support group that's here would be making a recommendation that they didn't feel like was in the best interest of our students and our entire school community. I don't say that to mean I think that they do that lightly or easily, or that this is a straightforward decision. I don't think that. In fact, I've been around this too long and seen how varied the voices are and how valid the concerns are on every side of this. But pushing forward, knowing that it would help I don't know how large a group of students, seems like this is a risk worth taking. And I don't think it's that big of a risk. If I did, it would be, we would be having a different conversation. But I've listened and read the articles and listened to the data of the, professionals about public health. I think that they're learning a lot. I think there's a lot to be worried about. But I think we've been living with this for a while. I think we know that we know some things that work. And I don't think we would be in this place of having this conversation even now if it weren't possible. And if it's possible to do safely, I think it's an option we need to give to parents. I think that at the end of the day, that's who we're trying to serve. And do we need to think about the entire system? Absolutely. Do I trust the superintendent to do that? Also, absolutely. And I think that this is a cautious plan for reentry. So on the things that the superintendent has kind of asked for the board feedback on, I do like the phased restart. I think it's helpful to start with the youngest kids. I think that's the grouping that we have the most confidence we can do it safely with. It's also the group that we know is at the most risk educationally, just not because of the work of their teachers, which is phenomenal, but because of the nature of learning for the youngest learners. So I like the phased reentry. I would start that. I would support that. As far as early reentry, I think Michelle kind of alluded to it, and other board members have talked about it. I think there's a shared governance piece that's got value there. Superintendent mentioned that there may be schools in very different areas of the district that would take that opportunity. Perhaps they wouldn't, but I feel like maybe that's a good opportunity to give them for early. We could learn for early reentry. We could learn some things that might be helpful. Certainly we would learn things that might be helpful. As far as the dates go, I'm with what Christy was saying in terms of dates to shoot for, and if things change, which if anything we've learned in 2020 is that things do change dramatically and swiftly, and who knows what could happen. I mean, we certainly have sat in a board meeting like this with an earthquake, so we know that anything could happen in 2020. But I think choosing dates to start with, I think, is good. I think that gives us a place to start. And then I would say, as far as the fourth thing that the superintendent asked for feedback on was a secondary school decision to be put off till January 5th. And I can support that as well. I know that there are ongoing conversations at the secondary level, both middle school and high school, in ways to support small group learning or just opportunities. I think there's a principal, stakeholder, parent, teacher group that's meeting to discuss the secondary schedule. I've also seen or had the opportunity to see a schedule put together by some high school teachers at East that is intriguing to me. I think all of those conversations are ones that should continue. The ones that are ongoing should continue. And then I'm comfortable with the board revisiting that on January 5th. So I would say, just to reiterate, my feedback would be very much a thank you to the superintendent and his team for putting together a proposal. I support it. And cautiously, I mean, there's fear too, and I hear it kind of in all of you. I mean, it's a little bit scary too, but I think that it's a risk worth taking for our students. But that's my 2 cents.
Melissa, may I make a motion?
I had asked to.
I think I will let Mike make a
I need
Mike, go
a
ahead.
motion.
Mike, no, just if you want
to remove this proposal to action.
So
nobody gonna second it?
We've got kind of competing things here, Mike. So if you want to take a moment to talk about this, please do. And then I think we'll
put the superintendent's proposal to action. That's my proposal. Now, nobody's gonna second it?
No. So
what do you mean no? If nobody wants,
I'm just,
I want the public to know this, that nobody's going to agree to a thing the superintendent puts forth. So why are we going to keep arguing about it?
So we do need to move this to action. And I would take a motion on that. But I think if we do move it to action, there needs to be an opportunity for board members to still talk about the motion and what action we take. Does that sound fair as far as Robert's Rules of Order goes? I know we have a motion. Sam's requested to make a motion as well. What I'm asking is if we can move this to the action agenda, which is what Mike wants, and then have a discussion about what that motion might look like, what action might look like when we get to action.
So Melissa, just as a point of clarification, so you have a motion on the floor that needs a second, and then we would still have discussion before we voted. So I will second Mike's motion. So now there can be discussion about his motion of moving it to action.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second to move this discussion to action. I want to give Sam an opportunity to share what he was going to share in terms of how he wanted the proposal to look.
Well, I think I said what I was trying to say, which was
push the date, move the dates back a little farther.
I would like, and I feel, I hope Superintendent Madden and everyone here that works in the district office knows how much respect I have for all of you and doesn't feel like I'm trying to undermine you. What I'm trying to do, so I apologize if it came off that way. What I am trying to do is I am trying to stretch us towards a compromise that I can feel good about and I can bring back to my constituents who are extremely, for the most part, are extremely skeptical of this. And many of even the people that want in-person learning in my constituency have said to me, you got to figure out what you're doing with small groups first. And again, I think that's something that we have to own as board members, that we have authorized small groups, but we haven't really had a conversation about how that's supposed to work in environments that are completely different. You have one school where there are 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 teachers who are willing to do that, and others where there are 1 or 2. And so we all keep pointing back at each other and saying, oh, well, go do a small group. And then the teacher says, well, I'm not going to do a small group, so you talk to this other person. Many of my constituents say, figure that out first. Don't rush into something that is not sustainable. And, I'm not trying to twist anybody's words here, but what the superintendent did say is this will be hard and there will be adjustments for people. And I think that a lot of people in my precinct feel that what we have is much better than we had any right to expect. And they're very worried that if in the middle of this surge that we're in, and likely to still be in January, we try to offer a second option, that the costs, and we know there will be costs to the remote learning, will be too great. So I have a lot of people telling me, don't even engage in this. And it would be very easy for me to say, I've got 2 more meetings, I'm just going to vote no, right? I could lean on on that message that I'm getting from a lot of people. But I do think we need to make some kind of goal. I'm stretching as far as I can based on what I'm hearing towards what I think is the center. So, you know, please don't tell me that I'm criticizing these people who are working extraordinarily hard. And I'm sorry that I'm getting frustrated, but I have so much appreciation for all of you. And of course, for all the teachers, people who clean our buildings, people who feed our students, people who drive our students around. I'm blown away every day by what you do. What I'm trying to propose and what I was trying to lay on the table is that I do think there is a middle ground. But if I'm stretching this far, somebody's got to stretch back towards me. And to just say, you know, don't listen to principals when they call you on the phone and tell you they don't think they can do this. Make them talk to someone else, make them talk to some other administrator. We can do that if we want to run the district that way with board members not having any information. But I think it's a really short-sighted way to make decisions. And I'm not gonna participate in that. So I don't know what the right thing to do from the parliamentarian perspective is. I don't think Mike's going to be willing to take
I'll withdraw my motion.
But I'll tell you what my motion is, okay? So my motion would be that we accept the learning mode proposal with the following date changes, that instead of phasing in our grades in January, that we plan for that week of Monday, February 22nd. And that, you know, we can adjust that a little bit. But that's about as far as I feel like I can stretch and represent the people that are, a lot of whom wanted to talk tonight and didn't get to talk because we didn't have enough time. And that's nobody's fault. That's just the way things are.
Well,
I can
thank
support
you.
that, and I would say that my other thing is I'd really like us to have a conversation at the next meeting about what alternative return means, because I think there are a lot of people that are really concerned that it will be one chunk of the city and everyone else will get left behind. I actually, like Christy said, I have no idea who will complete that or even start that or not, but I do think it would be important for us to check in about who started and, you know, kind of just look at where those sites fall around the district. So
Sam,
like
could
I
you
said,
support moving forward with that and then checking in on December 1st about where it's headed? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I have
Okay.
that in my drafted motion here. So
Okay.
I'll shut up again. I'm sorry. I've taken up too much time.
No, I appreciate what you're trying to do, Sam. Go ahead, Catherine. I see your hand. Did I not see your hand? Sorry.
Michelle had her hand up.
So
Okay.
I guess I would say that I really appreciate Superintendent Madden. And like I said,
Hang on just a second, Catherine. So we have a motion on the floor that needs a second.
well, I did not get a
withdrawn.
second.
No, there was not.
I thought I
This
got a
is
second.
this is Sam's motion.
A point of order, if I could, President Ford. I believe Mr. Namalka withdrew his motion.
Right. So we need Mike drew through his motion. Sam made a new motion. We need a second.
I don't know that I just described my motion. I
You
feel
just,
like
you haven't made it yet. Okay,
No.
so we have no motions on the table. We're still discussing.
And then I'll
Catherine, then Michelle.
Jeez.
Okay.
Make a decision, Sam, for hell's sakes. Jeez. You're wasting our time. You're wasting everybody's time. I'm beginning to think after 2 years on this damn board, half of you don't even believe in the kids themselves.
Hey.
I think you actually hate them.
Mike,
What the hell's wrong with y'all?
Mike, I think as we talk
I
through
don't
this, I
care.
think we
I
can
hope the
find a
whole world
solution.
is this. My goodness, Betsy, make a decision. Now you want a motion, now you don't want a motion. Make the motion so somebody can second it.
So we've got a couple board members that would like to
And
speak.
everyone has had their chance to speak, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you.
Uh,
Catherine, then Michelle.
I'm through with this mess. See you later.
Mike. Okay, Catherine, then Michelle.
Okay, so one thing that I want to say is that I also appreciate the superintendent and his cabinet very much. And that I appreciate the fact that he's given us options. And when we've talked to him, one thing I appreciated is that he really has has told us that he has allowed us to make decisions, and he's been very open about giving us options, and that he's been neutral when he can, and has tried to present all the options in a very neutral way. And I've really appreciated that. And tonight he was neutral and talked about what the numbers may show. And I really have appreciated the fact that he's tried to balance the needs of the board members and the positions of the board members, and the fact that the board members represent very different constituencies. And I think that we didn't realize that necessarily in the summertime, or how much our constituencies do vary. I don't think any of us would have predicted that a year ago, how much our constituencies did vary. And I think mine is more similar to Sam's. I'm hearing from my constituents, again, that they really do prefer remote learning. There's a few exceptions. This past week, I've received a large number of very thoughtful emails from parents that are advocating for both in-person and remote learning. From my constituency, more for remote learning, but from outside in the district, many people who want in-person learning. And I've been reading all of those emails. I've tried to answer as many as I could, and I appreciate hearing, like I said, from both of them. I haven't been able to answer all of them. And I do want to say that I recognize the difficulty of parents struggling with young children and online learning with those young children. I have two nieces doing online learning, one in kindergarten and one in third grade, and it's not easy. And I recognize the work that is being done by parents and by adults at home. And I've appreciated hearing the wonderful stories about teachers doing amazing things at our schools. And this last week, I want to recognize that our teachers and administrators and others who are working so hard to make online learning work in our district. And for example, I've heard about teachers this week about Mrs. Kerr's classroom and Mrs. Hamilton's classroom at Ensign. I've heard about, I think, Mrs. Moore's classroom at Washington, Mrs. Barnett's classroom at Wasatch. I've heard conversations in Mrs. King's classroom, Dr. Thirlwell's classroom, Mr. Majeko's classroom, Ms. Washington's classroom, Mr. Smith's classroom, Mr. Thompson's classroom, Ms. Lamani's classroom, Ms. Gamble's classroom at West. Amazing things happening in those classrooms. I've watched our teachers, dance teachers, music teachers, and administrators in the district, and I appreciate everything that they've done. And I'm looking forward to hearing and visiting more classrooms in person over the next few weeks. But I also continue to hear concerns about the health of our community, and particularly in light of the rising COVID numbers, which are, as we all know, I mean, they're just soaring. And I really think we need to get the information that Superintendent Madden suggested about the adults that he felt he'd get in the next few weeks. I just really feel like we need to wait for that information. And I also really feel like we need to honor what our new colleagues said. I really agree with Sam about that. I'd like to hold a study session and ask a few more questions. I think that I do trust our colleagues. I do trust our network directors. I think they've done an amazing job. I think they're very competent professionals, but I'd like to ask them some questions that teachers are asking me. For example, what if we have half our teachers out for a school? What would happen in that situation? I think we had in one of our elementary schools, we had half of our teachers out. What would happen if in one of our schools that was back in person, if that happened? We have a hard time with substitutes during non-COVID times. What would happen during COVID times? We've heard from some teachers have written to us that have taught with COVID. They've had light cases and they've continued to teach. And I want to thank those teacher heroes for teaching during COVID. I think that they've said that it would have been hard for them to prepare substitute plans, and they went ahead and taught. But what would they do to isolate? What would they do if we had to find substitutes? And so I'd like to ask that. I'd like to ask our amazing Director of Human Resources, Moselle Orton, many questions. And I'd like to, for example, I'd like to ask her if she could work with the County Department of Public Health, get at-risk employees COVID vaccines. Does she think that she could do that? I'd like her to investigate that. do we think we could get our employees, our at-risk employees, COVID vaccines quickly? You know, would that be possible? So anyway, like I said, I'd like to thank my outgoing colleagues so much for their amazing work, all three of them. I'm sorry Mike has gone, because I hope I can tell him this. I will call him and tell him, or tell him at the next meeting, but I'd like to thank all of them. They've all added amazing things to our school board. I know that sometimes Mike and I don't agree, Mr. Namelka and I don't agree, but I do think he's added many things to this board, many wonderful things to this board. And I appreciate what he does. And I really appreciate Ms. Chutupo and all that she's done. She's not had an easy time of it. And Mr. Hansen and what he's done, and the shoes that he stepped in, which he's ably filled, and all that he's done during his year and a half. I'd like to thank them, and I'd like to say that I'd like to hear from our new colleagues and see what they'd like to do. I really want to hear their opinions, so I'd really like to have the time to do that. Anyway, thanks for giving me a chance to say something. I really do appreciate it, and I'd like to go forward making this decision as carefully as we can. And thanks.
That's me on mute. Thank you, Catherine. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. I really do. I know that this has not been easy for any of us, and you and I have certainly found ourselves on different sides of it. I think it's fair to say that we do have a different constituent group. And Sam, I always appreciate your thoughtfulness. I think you know that. My feeling on it is still that I would like to support the superintendent's proposal. I'm open to moving the start date maybe back a week, but I don't think I can. My constituency or my thought would be to push it back to the end of February. The reason I think I could support the end of January or January 18th would be that does give that 3-week time period that Becky was talking about after New Year's, just to give us a little bit of a buffer perhaps to see. And then I just echo kind of what Christy was saying too. I mean, if we see a change, then we see a change. I mean, I think that we've had to be nimble all the way through here. And I do want to just recognize the difficulty of this conversation and the strong feelings on every side of this. And I just think none of this has been easy. I hope I haven't cut anybody off who needed to speak. I think I saw Michelle's hand, and Dottie, and then Christy. Go ahead.
Thanks, Melissa. Mr. Madden, when does second quarter end?
You're muted, Superintendent.
Darn it, that's the first time I ever got that wrong. Well, maybe it was a second. That ends on the 26th of January. So the 27th of January would be the first day of second semester.
Okay. That's what I was wondering, because I'm looking at the district website as well. And that was one of my concerns, aside from the big concerns of COVID, but switching during a grading period, something that Sam had brought up. So I'm wondering, and Mr. Madden, I've known you for a long time, and I trust your judgment, and the district is absolutely amazing. And I've had 3 kids go through it and 1 more that's still in it. And I do recognize my privilege in that, my last child is in the school district and she is in 9th grade. So, I don't have little kids in the house anymore. So I do understand that there are struggles with the younger folks. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that. I also want to clarify that for those who are really concerned that the decisions that we're making, we're not taking away one thing and adding, we're giving options. And that's, you know, a lot of my community members at the beginning of all this, that's what they were asking for, is they were asking for options. You know, they didn't want to take away from those who wanted to stay online, but at the same time, they did want options to be able to go back in, to go into the classroom. So I just wanted to clarify that as well for those who may be concerned that if we vote to go back into school, that they would still be able to have, like Mr. Madden said, a very robust online support system. So I think what I would like, and what Sam was asking for, was a compromise. You know, if January 6th is the end of the quarter, the second quarter, that might be a good time. So maybe, you know, and that also gives us a little bit more of an option or information after the Christmas break, after the holiday break, you know, with COVID numbers. So I'm wondering if that might be, I'm just throwing it out there, you know, instead of January 11th, maybe let's make it January, you know, 26th or 27th. So it's not too far ahead, but at least it's within this end of a grading period, so that teachers are also able to kind of get that out of the way as well. So that's just some thoughts that I had.
Thanks, Michelle. Go ahead, Christy.
I think Dottie was before me.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thanks for the correction. Dottie.
Thanks. I'll be really quick. Yeah, I think I agree with what the superintendent has proposed. My one thing would be, like, we're borderline 25% positivity rate. And unfortunately, that means, you know, we don't have any leeway when it comes to hospitals and ICU beds. And so, you know, I say that because the superintendent says that they need a date to move forward, we confirm that date, but then do everything we can in between now and that date to drop that positivity rate as far as possible. The state government has started to take action, and I think, yeah, you know, the problem really lies on teenagers like me hanging out with other teenagers, but also places in the city that are providing that space, malls, trampoline parks, like things like that, that are providing us the space to interact with other students in a closed atmosphere. So if the superintendent says that he needs a date, then I think instead of prolonging, you know, we do this every time, right? So I think no matter what the date, as long as we have a date that the district can move forward with, that would be great. And we need to work with the local government to drop that positivity rate, because right now, any infection that comes through elementary schools, through teachers, through anything, that's going to be one of the most visible causes of death that we can see right now, because ICUs are so full. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dottie. We appreciate your thoughts as always. Christy.
Thanks so much. So first, I just want to respond to what Sam said about my comments around principals. You know, one of the absolute best conversations that I have are with the principals in my precinct. I appreciate them calling me. I love the interactions that I have with them. That was not what my intention was, to say that they should not talk to board members. All I'm saying is that please share the same thing that you're sharing with me with the people that you need to talk to in your school support. That was the intent of my inarticulate way of saying that. So please, you know, principals, don't think that I in any way, shape, or form, you know, would want you to stop talking to board members, because I think it's important that you do. I think that, you know, Dottie just touched on one thing, and that is about, you know, our commitment to get this positivity rate down. And I think there's going to be some areas, Superintendent, that you've already talked about that have really high positivity rates, and some areas that don't. And so in that, talking about the reentry, whether they look at doing a plan earlier or they stay with the date, you know, we move towards a date in January later, whether it's the 11th, or as Michelle has suggested, the 27th, or Sam suggested, you know, in February, you know, that that we pay attention to those hotspots, in our city. And, I'm thinking about Meadowlark right now, and, they have that's a hotspot. And so that could possibly be, where we say, okay, it might not be a really good idea for you to go to in person right now. We heard from Heather Newell, she sent something to us and talked about, how well they're doing in remote. So I just think that, for us to provide some options for our parents and also for our schools. And, that I haven't heard, again, a hard and fast, date that the superintendent has said, but, superintendent, if you're willing to make a recommendation tonight and changing those dates, then do that before we make a motion. I think that whatever you want to add into that recommendation that we saw tonight would be helpful, for us to move this forward into, action tonight, so that we can provide some sort of goal, for us to, have as a date. And so I'm open to, I've never thought that elementaries had to work on the semesters, but I understand, if it's, that January 27th, but I would really like to turn that back to you, that it's something that you then now circle back to us and say, okay, I've heard everything that you've said outside of Nate needs to talk a little bit more tonight, and, to add into that recommendation or change if that's what you want to do. But I agree. I think we need to make a decision tonight so that we can start making plans, or I'm sorry, not we, but that the district can start making plans, but also know that it has to be fluid. And I appreciate everyone who has said that tonight, because we do have to have it be fluid. But I do just want to go back to that. We need to be committed as a community to get the community spread down, and that we need to have a message about wearing masks as a board and as a district.
Board members, go ahead, Nate.
Thank you. So I don't know. There's a lot going on in my head, so I'll keep it, hopefully brief and succinct, and not to respond in a way that alarms too many people. Although that's easier said than done in these times. I'm hearing a lot that we need a goal. We need to set a date in order to make future plans, which to me kind of feels like a necessary thing to do. But I'm also hearing from all of us on the board, including the superintendent and various members of his cabinet administrative team, that if it regardless of what the date is, it might not work, right? And I know I've asked this board a lot, and this isn't a slight to you, superintendent, but I've also asked, what are our thresholds? What is it that helps us gain momentum in moving something like this forward? And what are our thresholds of alarm that help us move this back? And what I feel like I'm hearing this board say, and you yourself say, is that we may be all fine and well picking the 11th, the 27th, or the 24th of February, whatever that is, but it might not work. And I'm just wondering from you and potentially other board members, if they're willing to weigh in, aside from what we're already experiencing, a 7-day rolling average of 3,000 plus positive cases, ICU capacity at 85%, more reports about kids experiencing not necessarily hospitalization during their COVID experience, but weeks post their COVID experience that messes with neurological, that messes with heart scarring. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, right? What level of alarm does this community need to hear from our board that we pick a date that, is arbitrary in some ways, seemingly, that doesn't have any hard and fast guarantees for this community? What level of alarm is it going to take for this board to say, well, we picked this date back on November 17th, but the community's on fire even more than it already was? What is that threshold for us? What is our definition of safe, right? I've asked this before many times, and if what we're experiencing now isn't enough, what is it going to take moving forward for us to actually roll this back if we do get to that point nearing January 11th or the 27th or February 24th? I'm asking for an answer at this point.
Well, I think it's, I mean, the question that we've talked about, I mean, we've talked about metrics a lot. And I think a big part of that is, when you ask what things are important, I think that's not necessarily an easy answer. I think we're kind of learning maybe some things are important. I mean, we would probably certainly look at different things now than we did at the start. The two metrics that we chose. I mean, I think the notion of looking at trends, I think that makes more sense. There is certainly no denying that this thing right now is as hot as it's been. There's no way around that. I think we need to keep learning. And I think it would actually, I appreciate what you're saying. And I think my notion right now is that I understand. I think this is a good idea to, if we did amend it to move it to start on the 27th, that is 2 months and almost 2 weeks. And then I think in the meantime, I hope that we can maybe have some conversations that would help us to say, this is just too much. I mean, it seems that there's agreement that right now, this is just too much. But if we were to set it for the 27th, that would be the start of second semester for secondary. I think it's an okay time to transition for elementary. Maybe we can get a little more definition around that. I mean, certainly we would have the opportunity to have some data on teachers, which would be really, really helpful. But that would buy us a little more time, but it would also give us a target date that we can really get serious about preparation, knowing that when we ask people, what are you going to want to do on the 27th of January, that if we ask them that tomorrow, that answer might change on the 12th of January. So we would have to talk here, I think, and try to figure out when would be the best time to ask some of those questions. But the metric one is good. And I think maybe we can, I think we should explore that and try to come up with what we feel like is just a hard and fast break point. Because you're right, the positivity right now in the county it's wild.
Well, and it's even wild for kiddos in the same age group that we're talking about sending kids back in right now, right? I mean, we are out of control as a state, as a city, as a county. And I don't think there's any way of sugarcoating that right now. I get that there's not a lot of transmission that happens, but we don't know about how this impacts adults right now either. And I'm really sensitive to that, especially, similarly to Sam and other folks on this board. I have heard from principals who worry about that staffing piece, who feel like this is just an opinion of a couple of folks, certainly not the entirety, so not a slant or a slight on our network directors, but they don't feel like they've been engaged enough in order for us to have the conversation that we're having tonight either, right? So my thinking is we're also making a potential decision that we might not be able to fulfill and we might not be able to commit ourselves to. And that's also not a very genuine thing to do to our community as well, right? And I get that we have to be nimble, I get we have to do all those things. But I really think that we need to be able to, whatever happens tonight, or whatever we pass, there needs to be an out for this board to be like, you know what, this isn't safe, right? We know more. And I feel like we've learned more about elementary kiddos in the last 6 weeks than we have in the last 6 months. So I'm anticipating if that trend line continues in the way that it has, we'll probably know a lot more in the next 8 weeks, to whatever. Now it sounds like there's a potential that you would support the 27th but again, what is that threshold, right? And I think it needs to be made very clear to this community that if the 27th is the target date for this, that it still might not happen, right? And I know that's the biggest, well, not the biggest, it's one of the biggest motivating factors is giving parents a choice so that they can make the best decisions for their families. And I think we need to be very honest with them that just because we say the 27th tonight potentially doesn't mean that it's going to happen, right? And we just based on what we're experiencing in this community right now and knowing how uncertain day to day, minute to minute really is in our community right now, especially. So those are just some of the things that I would want to make sure that if there is a motion that we have those safeguards in place, and that this community very clearly knows that just because we're saying a specific date, that there is the potential that it might not happen.
Yeah, I think that's true, Nate. And I think it's also, I think what we're doing is we're saying, here's our default. Our default is we're planning on starting back on this date, rather than our default is we don't know when we're coming back. And I think you're absolutely right in that a month from now we will know more, and we're going to have to weigh that information. It does also get, I think, around to a little part of what Sam was talking about too, was that if we do change it to the 27th, you have 2 meetings in January for the new board members to weigh in and to see how they, what's going on at that point and how they feel about that.
And lastly, if you need that date, I'm not necessarily saying it's the 27th right now, but if you need a date to move this district forward, then I'm open to exploring that.
Thanks.
Thanks for your comments, Nate.
Can
Oh, yes, of course, Sam, of course.
I am correct in thinking that elementaries are on the trimester, and that's the week of the 22nd.
It's actually the 4th of March, I believe. Is that right, Dr. Hall? Because there was a shift from the start of the year. So it's actually the 4th of March is the start of the third semester, or third trimester, I'm sorry.
All right. Thanks, Sam. I would be willing to entertain a motion to move this to action.
Can I go ahead and try?
Sure.
So I move that we send to action the following. That the district plan based on the attached learning mode proposal with the following changes. That we plan to reopen in-person learning. I'm sorry, but I just really, I still feel like January 27th is too soon to commit. So I'm gonna move for the middle of February, and if people want to move it up, and I hope things work out, but I'm gonna say the second week of February. I would add to that motion that the superintendent will retain the authority to put this decision on hold based on his own assessment of the health risks, and that the board will revisit alternative return as a discussion item at our December 1st meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion to that motion. Sam, I would prefer to go with the date that the superintendent recommended, January 27th. So that would be how I feel about this motion. I think your motion about giving the superintendent the ability to revisit the metrics and bring those to us as he's looking at them is good. I would like that early reentry piece for us to revisit it on December 1st, but to allow schools to start pursuing it now, if that's what they want, so that we have some information about it on the December 1st meeting. That would be my discussion to the motion. Any other discussion to the motion? Christy?
I think Michelle had her hand up before I did. I'll go after Michelle.
All right, go ahead.
Mine is going to be super quick. I agree. I think if we're going to compromise, I would like to see January 27th as well.
And so just to be clear, would that be with the staggered weeks? Okay, so January 27th for K1 or pre-K1, the following week for second and third, and the following week after that for 4th through 6th. Is that
it would actually complete that on, let's see, so it would be on the 27th, and then the week of the 1st of, it would be the second week of February when we would actually end up with 4-6 in.
Okay. Well, I'll withdraw my motion, and I would hope that someone would make that motion, or I can make that motion, whatever's easier.
So I think Christy wanted to speak to it too. If you've withdrawn that motion, I would also, Christy, go ahead, and then I would entertain another motion.
So one of the things that I appreciated about the 11th, and now I understand moving it to the 27th, would be a compromise for everybody. My heartburn about this is that we're down 1,500 students in our district right now. And open window starts on December 1st and concludes this. Is it the second week or the third week of February, Superintendent?
I think it's the second week of February. I believe it's the 15th. Yes.
And so it gives me a little bit of, heartburn of now pushing this out a little bit further, and knowing that by the time we have this conversation or they look at it, then open window's closed. So, I don't know. I feel like, that the 11th, but you have, Superintendent, said the 27th now. And, and I feel the same way that Melissa and Michelle do, that if we can do the 27th, then that would be fine. So I would be happy to make a motion that we move this recommendation with the change of January 27th, with the superintendent's ability to continue to, assess the positivity rate. And Sam, you had a much better way of saying that. I'm sorry. So we could clean that up a little bit and move that to action, and we could do that.
Do you want me to read it with the substituted dates, what I said? Okay. So Superintendent, correct me if I'm reading the wrong dates, but I think I've got this now. So I move that we send to action the following: that the board accepts the superintendent's learning mode proposal with the following adjustments. Pre-K 1 beginning on Wednesday, January 27th. Second and third grade beginning on the 3rd of February, and 4th through 6th grade beginning on the 10th of February. The superintendent will retain the authority to put a hold on this decision based on his own assessment of the health risks, and the board will commit to revisiting alternative return as a discussion item at our December 1st meeting.
Do I have a second for that motion?
Catherine just raised her hand.
Okay, so Catherine seconding.
Yeah, she wanted to discuss.
Okay, so do I have a second, and then we can discuss? Christy's seconding. Go ahead, Catherine.
So that is that Wednesday, the end of the second quarter, because that's a asynchronous day, that Wednesday.
The end of the quarter is the 26th. Wednesday, the 27th. Yeah, would be an asynchronous day. That's true.
Okay, so I
Is
wonder.
that true, Tiffany? I see you staring.
Sorry, and Moselle, you may correct me if I'm wrong, but our 3 asynchronous days that we put in were the day in September, this day in November on whatever date that is, that's right before Thanksgiving, and then March 1st, 5th, something. So that's not an asynchronous learning day.
Okay. But it's a Wednesday asynchronous day for high schools at least, right? So
yes, I'm so sorry. You're correct. That's correct.
Right. So just looking at the dates for the calendar. So it's just an odd day to have have it switch over like that. I wonder, I just have a couple comments. I understand the impetus to get back. It seems odd that we're basing it around the high school schedule of end of quarter rather than the end of trimester elementary school, which is, I think, why we had suggested the February date. It concerns me that, we're still sort of in the middle of wintertime cold weather. it concerns me that we only have a month really of, I think, real vaccines, real time to get vaccines. Where if we really look at sort of the end of the trimester, or the original date that Sam proposed, we have another extra month, and we're also getting towards warm weather again. I mean, I just feel like the end of February, they say the 26th of February, which is the end of a week, the end of that trimester is a time where, the weather is going to be improving. Where the kids can be, we're having time when we could really, we'd have more than 4 weeks of data past January 1st, past the holidays. We would have, board members would have more than 3 weeks of their feet on the ground. New board members would. We would have a real time for the trimester time for elementary schools. We'd have 2 months of vaccines. It just seems like it's a more logical time, a safer time for our district. I mean, if we're thinking about the things that Nate is talking about, I mean, really the risks, really, we're talking about people's lives. Just a more reasonable time. I mean, maybe we can compromise and talk about February 12th or 19th, but it just seems like January, we're really pushing it into cold weather, into a risky time. I mean, about not much time really. If we have, people will be barely getting a second vaccination if we're able to get anyone immunized by in that time frame. I mean, the first people, if they have a month, 3 weeks or 4 weeks between, depending on whether they get the Pfizer or the Moderna vaccine, they'll be barely getting the second vaccination in that time frame. So, I mean, if we look at the February, we'll have probably almost double the people that are able to get immunized. We'll have double the people at risk, double the healthcare workers we'll have healthcare workers in our hospitals that'll be able to get immunized. We'll have some of our own at-risk people that'll be able to be immunized, I hope, since they're going to offer them to at-risk people after they offer them to healthcare workers. So it just seems to me that if we give us the extra month, we plan for that extra month, we'll have a lot more safety in our community.
I agree.
So I can propose that we have that that we give ourselves that extra 4 weeks, and then we get our kids back and we give it our all on that date.
Thanks, Catherine. We have a motion for the 27th. That's a Wednesday. I'm hearing that may not be the best day because it's a Wednesday. And I've certainly heard what Catherine and Sam are saying. I don't want to move it back beyond the 27th. I'm willing to see, really open, of course, to seeing superintendent if there's a different day than a Wednesday that you want to start. But I think the time frame we're looking at is about what I'm comfortable with.
What if we made a more intentionally ambiguous motion, and just said the week of or the month of even, and allowed the superintendency to figure out those details for us.
They have come to us with a proposal of dates. I
understand that.
And I think that there's some willingness for the board to kind of adjust that to meet some of the concerns that I'm hearing. But I do feel like,
why don't I just restate my motion and say the week of, and I'm not going to try to push it out further, okay. But then that gives these guys the leeway to decide which day of the week is the best day to start.
That's fine.
Since we're doing it in the middle of in a random time in the middle of a grading period. Okay, so I withdraw my motion. My new motion, the district plan, I move that we send to action that the district will plan based on the attached learning mode proposal with the following date changes. Pre-K 1 to begin sometime the week of Monday, January 25th. Second and third grade to begin sometime the week of February 1st, and fourth through sixth grade to begin sometime the week of Monday, February 8th. The superintendent will retain the authority to put on hold this decision based on his own assessment of the health risks, and the board will revisit alternative return as a discussion item at our December 1 meeting. Does that capture what we're talking about at least?
Yeah, I would take a second on that.
I'll second that.
Okay, so motion by Sam, second by Michelle to move that to action. Any more discussion on this?
Call the question.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the motion to move this proposal to action.
Have to first just, all I did was say, call the question.
So we have to vote on call the question.
Calling the question.
Point of order. I also had my hand up, and
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Nate. I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
I know it's hard to see that, but I appreciate it's getting late for us. So thank you, Christy, for the ambition to get this moved to action. I would like to propose a friendly amendment to Sam, if I could, that it is a superintendent and board discussion relative to if we need to pull this back. I think if we're in a position now to be making the decision about moving this forward relative to a decision, along with the superintendent and his recommendations, even with some modifications, that I still think that it should be a board decision and discussion at some level moving forward.
Absolutely. I think that's an implicit part of our power legally as the Board of Education, but I will accept the amendment. I just want to make sure that the superintendent had the authority to act between meetings, but I'll accept that amendment.
Understood.
Melissa, can I say something?
Absolutely.
I was forced back to this meeting because I got so many phone calls from people telling me they needed me to come back. But I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. My amendment is this: the district hold the RISE benchmark in December so that the new board members have some data to go by to make a decision in January. If this online program isn't working, which I don't think it is, and most of you know I don't think it is, then the new board members will have the data showing that these kids are going farther and farther behind, and they're just losing everything in this district right now. So that's the amendment I'd like to add to it. The district make the right.
Yeah, well, I think that might be separate to this motion. You'd like to make it as a friendly amendment, so that goes to Sam. How do you feel about that?
Stop me if you disagree, but I don't really think, and I'm talking to the cabinet here, I don't really think it's a feasible ask at this point. I appreciate the spirit of what you're saying, but I don't think we can ask for a whole new set of tests to be delivered in December. I know that some of our middle of year tests are going to start being delivered in December already, and we'll get that data. Hopefully, I know that Dr. Hall and her department are going to work to get us that data as quickly as possible this year, but I don't think we can ask them to do yet another set of arbitrary assessments. So
why not the RISE, Sam? The RISE has been going to be given early January anyway. Why not give in December so you can give the new board members some information to go by so they can make a decision?
Maybe it should be more as soon as possible.
It's a state test.
I decline the amendment. So let's call the question.
Okay.
Michelle,
So call.
Yes.
Okay. Mike, we're voting on calling the question.
What do you mean by calling a question?
We're going to take a vote on whether we're going to call the question, which is to vote on the motion that's on the table.
Well, Mike, what we're doing is it's a motion to stop
end the discussion.
That's what call the question is, and then we can vote on the motion.
What am I supposed to do? Vote no or yes?
That's up to you. If you're ready to vote on the motion on the table, then say yes.
Yes.
Catherine Kennedy, yes.
Nate Salazar, yes.
Samuel Hanson, yes.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay, we've called the question. The motion on the table, which we will now vote on, is Sam's motion as he read it. I think we've repeated it a couple times now. So if it's in your mind and you're ready to vote on it, let's go ahead and do that. Voting on Sam's motion. Does anybody need Sam to repeat it? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Michelle Tuitepo, yes.
Bypass me for a minute. I'll vote
Okay.
last.
We'll come back to you, Mike.
Okay.
Catherine Kennedy, no.
Nate Salazar, no.
Samuel Hanson, no, even though it's my own motion.
All right, Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Mike, back to you.
Mike, yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Think that we now moved it to action. So moving on through our agenda, we have just the one item on our action agenda, which is this learning mode proposal. It's been moved to the action agenda to read that we accept the learning mode proposal with pre-K 1 through 1 starting the week of January 21st, 2-3 the week of February 1st, and 4-6 the week of February 8th, following the proposal that the superintendent put out tonight that's attached to the agenda, with the board discussing this alternative or early return on December, or I think alternative return on December 1st for discussion, with the superintendent and board retaining the ability to put to assess this, continue to assess the COVID situation and potentially put this on hold. That's what's here on the action agenda. Do I have a motion to accept this action?
Move to approve.
Okay, and a second?
Move to approve.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion to this? Christy and then Michelle.
So I have really appreciated the conversations around involving the newest board members. And I think that, you know, it's not unprecedented for us to invite them into this conversation. And so I would suggest, you know, Nate and Melissa or the superintendent, that you extend an invitation out to our 3 new board members to have them come to our meeting on the 1st. Although they are not official board members, but we would have them have a voice. You know, I think it would be important to listen, you know, to what they have to say. And so I would like that to be a part of what we do, you know, going forward. And knowing that, you know, this is, as we've said, what word do we want to use? Fluid, flexible, whatever other things that we need to have, you know, be a part of our discussions going forward. I think it would be important for us to bullet point those, maybe send those to Nate and to Melissa, and make sure that, you know, those are a part of the conversation. But I would like to see our 3 new board members at our table with us, or on our Zoom with us on the 1st of December.
Go ahead, Nate. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I appreciate the spirit of that, board member Sweat, but I don't know if per parliamentary procedure, if that would be allowed, in the sense that I know we can hear from, you know, experts relative to their testimony on specific issues or topics relative to their expertise. But I don't believe that we can have alternative folks weigh in on the specific matters of discussion and relative decision making. I could be very, very wrong on that. I'm not trying to minimize the importance and the significance of those duly elected who will be joining us in our board. But I would want to make sure that we have a legal opinion on that, either from District Attorney Kindle or Board Attorney Patrick Tanner.
If the board, thank you, Nate. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you kind of keeping that that perspective. How does the board feel about Nate and I seeking that opinion and potentially at least just inviting them as to be a part of the meeting anyway, if they're included in the meeting without necessarily the weighing in part. But if you're comfortable with Nate and I pursuing that, I'd like to see just that you're comfortable with us pursuing it, and we'll let you know where that ends up. Okay. All right. I think that's a good suggestion, Christy and Nate. Thank you. Any other discussion? Michelle, go ahead.
Sorry, Melissa. I just wanted to clarify, when you read the K-1, it's the week of January 25th, right?
Yes, I hope I read that correctly.
Okay. No, sorry. I think I heard something else, but just wanted to clarify.
Well, please always clarify. Yeah.
If I said it wrong, because I said now every date in the calendar at least once.
No, I appreciate you, Sam. Thank you. Any more discussion to the motion that's on the table? We've got a motion by Christy and a second by Michelle. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and vote on this motion.
Michelle Tuichbo, yes.
Mike Namelka, yes.
Catherine Kennedy, no.
Nate Salazar, no.
Samuel Hanson, no.
Melissa Ford, yes.
Christy Sweat, yes.
Okay. All right, that concludes the action agenda items. And the only thing left we have are board member reports if needed. Board members, do you have, okay, go ahead, Christy.
So I just would like a point of clarification that we received an email from the superintendent today that was addressed to the policy committee. And in it, which I appreciated him, talking to us about the conversation that happened with the policy committee. When was it, on Monday?
I think, yes.
Yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And, asking to have that extension. The clarification that I need, and, I would appreciate, us looking into, it sounds like the audio, is that my understanding from our last conversation about these two issues around the RDA, first was that we were all going to be sent the guidelines and the Canyons policy, and then have an opportunity as a board to talk about what that looked like, and then send that on to the policy committee to have them, then take action and then bring back a recommendation, to us. And we haven't done that yet. We haven't had an opportunity as a board to talk about those guidelines or to look at that policy. And that was what we said in our last meeting when we talked about the RDA. So I was a little surprised to see, that there were policies that were being drafted around the RDA. And then second, especially with the student board member, because the recollection about the student board member was that we asked to have information brought back to us about what other districts were doing, what their processes were. Dottie had some information that she wanted to provide, and we also wanted to know what the high school principals were doing around the board member selection. In our conversation that day, I appreciated the thoughtfulness that came behind, Catherine's question around it, but it was under the it wasn't on our agenda. It was brought up with us talking about innovations. So again, that was supposed to be a conversation that came back to the board so that we could then discuss what we wanted the policy committee to look at. So I just wanted to make sure that that's what was happening, and maybe I misread that, that communication out, that those two policies aren't being written right now, that first we would have a discussion and then give direction to the policy committee of what pathway we wanted to take.
So I'm happy to speak to that, Christy.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Catherine.
So I think that the policy committee understood that a little bit differently from our discussions, and that is that that of course we've been discussing the RDA policy for months back. In fact, when before we made the superintendent transition. And so the goal was to get the policy drafted and then bring it back to the board for a thorough discussion, because we had looked at the policies from other committees or from other districts, and Sam had brought that to us several times. And we've, like I said, we brought this to the board, 3 or 4 times for discussion. So the goal now, as our understanding as a policy committee, was to bring that as a drafted policy to the board and then discuss it as a board with the policy. So when I got that email from Christina, and I thought we'd wait till after this discussion tonight to have a discussion, but what I was going to suggest, since I'd love to see this wrapped up, because board member Hanson has spent a lot of time working on this, is actually to have I completely respect the fact that it would not be possible for District Attorney Kindle to work on this before Thanksgiving, for us to have a very short meeting, since I don't think it'll be possible for her to finish it for the December 1st meeting, for us to have a very short meeting, maybe the Tuesday 2 weeks later, or whatever time would be convenient, but to wrap it up before board member Hanson finishes his term with that new drafted language. But like I said, because we've been talking about it so many times, to do that then. And then the second policy, what we agreed upon as a board was to consult the board principals, and District Attorney Kindle had suggested that she would do that and get back to us with a drafted policy. So she's agreed to do that herself. And Dottie's information is going to be presented on December 1st at the meeting. We've already talked about that.
And I think that's great, because, having her present that information, but not a policy, I think that, and so what I would like to do is to have us go back to those September, it was a September meeting, and then our last meeting, and have that transcribed, because that's not the way that I remember it. We did specifically talk about those guidelines coming to the board, and also Sam sending the canyons information to us. And then we would circle back and decide whether or not we needed a policy, or if we just need a process with guidelines. And I remember that quite clearly. The other thing is that I love that Dottie wants to bring this information. She's our student board member, and also the information from the principals, but that was as a discussion point, not as a policy. So I feel like it's important that, we stay true to our processes. And, I'm not trying to derail this at all, because I think that it's always a good discussion, but the policy committee takes direction from the board. And the board did not give direction to have 2 policies written. And especially when the student board member policy, or the suggestion that you made, wasn't even on discussion that night. So I would just say that it's a difference of recollection, and I'm happy to concede if I'm wrong, but I would just like that to be looked at before we ask Ms. Kindle, and also have a special meeting to talk about, 2 policies that were supposed to come back as discussion first, and then a recommendation into the policy committee.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, and the student board member policy can certainly wait. I think part of the issues are that different board members make different suggestions, and then the different suggestions get taken forward differently because we're not actually voting on them. So that may be part of the confusion. But I just think we have been discussing the RDA policy for months, possibly close to a year. And I think it would be nice to wrap it up, since board member Hanson has spent a lot of time working on it before he finishes his term. Do you want to weigh in on this, Sam, at all?
Well, I don't really care when you look at it. My concern is that we have a process, and I get that there's a difference between a process and a policy. We had this with former business, this discussion last year. We had this discussion. However, you all know that if you have a process, that has no teeth, right? And so if you have a policy, at least it has a little bit of teeth that says you're going to go through these procedures before you give away this money. That's all I've ever been advocating for. And I sent my draft to Christina Kindle, and I understand that she's too busy right now to work on it, and that's totally understandable given where everyone's at. But I think Catherine's right. We have talked about this a lot, and we can get hung up on sending it back and forth correctly, or we can do something about it. And if you don't want to do something about it, that's fine. I don't want to have another meeting. I mean, I think that's silly. I would love for the board to think critically about what information it would like to demand of the redevelopment agency each time we do this, because otherwise they're just going to bring their very slick presentations and we're going to continue to give them hundreds of thousands of dollars. But that's really up to you. And I don't want to, I don't want to get into a back and forth about this at all. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's talk about it on December 1st. Okay.
Thanks, Sam. Maybe that's what I was going to recommend. I'm happy to go back and listen to those, have those meetings transcribed and kind of understand that. I'm also happy to own that I'm maybe not, I'm doing the best I can to try and accommodate all of this. And I think what Catherine is talking about in terms of maybe how I interpreted that was different. I'm happy to go back and look at that. But given that we have heard that Ms. Kindle is perhaps not going to be ready to have policy written by the 1st, maybe we can just go ahead and say we will discuss this on the 1st in that board conversation that Christy's talking about, have that conversation and move forward from there. So we will discuss it next meeting. Does that sound like a fair? And I will do the work with me and Nate to make sure we've listened to those previous meetings and kind of figure out where the disconnect was. And if that's on my end, I'll own that, both to all of you, and apologize for it if that's something that I let slip. But I will do that work. We'll have a conversation on the 1st and move forward from there. As a board, we can make a decision at that point where we want to go. Okay. Any other board reports?
I move to adjourn.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for your time tonight.